Number 55.
Creeper Ghost. Inside their home in Bucktown, Chicago, Jack McKercher and his girlfriend, Jordan Branskis, were oblivious to an uncanny incident that had happened overnight. It all began with a missing purse, sparking a minor argument between them. Jack insisted she left it at the restaurant they'd eaten at the night before. Jordan was not so sure. Determined to resolve the dispute, they decided to review the footage from Jack's home surveillance cameras. They fast-forwarded through mundane moments until the clock rewound to 3:30 a.m. on Monday. What they uncovered was chilling. In the grainy black and white footage, a figure in a white hoodie appeared at the top of the stairs. Jack asked Jordan why she had been standing at the top of the stairs in a white hoodie before they went to bed. But it wasn't her. The realization hit them both. An intruder had been in their home, standing over them while they slept. The chilling footage showed the figure moving slowly, methodically, like a ghost. The couple had fallen asleep on the couch, their 2 dogs nestled at their feet, completely undisturbed by the intruder's presence. The stranger stood there for about 5 minutes, walked off, and returned to stand over them again for 5 minutes more. They watched, horrified, as the man moved silently through their home, his face obscured by the hood. The man, dubbed the Creeper Ghost by local media, had eventually left without a trace, except for the haunting images captured on their surveillance camera. It wasn't long before they discovered that the Creeper Ghost had struck other homes in the neighborhood. On social media, residents shared eerie images captured on doorbell cameras of the suspect riding through alleys on a bike, trying to break into homes. The police stepped up their patrols, and the neighborhood buzzed with heightened vigilance. Cameras were installed at every corner, capturing every movement in the hopes of identifying the elusive creeper. Jack and Jordan, once safe in their Bucktown home, now lived in a state of fear. To this day, the Creeper Ghost has never been found.
Number 54. The nursing home fire of Roger Dean. The case of Roger Dean and the Quakers Hill nursing home fire is one of the most tragic and shocking incidents in recent Australian criminal history. Dean, a nurse at the Quakers Hill nursing home in Sydney, committed an act of arson that resulted in the deaths of 11 elderly residents on November 18, 2011. The events leading up to, during, and after the fire paint a chilling picture of the man whose actions had devastating consequences for many. Background and Roger Dean's early life. Roger Dean was born in Vietnam in 1963 and moved to Australia with his family as a child. He grew up in a seemingly normal environment and pursued a career in nursing, a profession chosen by many who are dedicated to care and compassion. By 2011, Dean was working at the Quakers Hill nursing home, a facility that housed many elderly residents requiring extensive care. Despite his professional facade, Dean had a history of drug addiction, including using prescription medications intended for patients. In the early hours of November 18, 2011, Roger Dean set 2 separate fires in the Quakers Hill nursing home. The blaze quickly engulfed the building, trapping many residents who were unable to escape due to their physical limitations. The fire was catastrophic, causing chaos and panic as staff and emergency responders tried to save as many lives as possible. Tragically, 11 residents perished due to the fire, while dozens of others suffered injuries and had to be relocated. Dean's actions during and immediately after the fire added another layer of horror to the incident. He actively misled firefighters and rescuers about the location of residents, hindering rescue efforts. Shockingly, He even gave a news interview shortly after the fire, where he portrayed himself as a hero who had risked his life to save the residents. In the interview, Dean expressed sympathy for the victims and their families, claiming he had tried his best to help during the chaos. This interview aired widely, portraying Dean as a concerned and brave nurse, which later amplified the sense of betrayal and horror when his true role in the fire was revealed. The investigation into the fire quickly revealed inconsistencies and suspicious behavior on Dean's part. Witnesses reported seeing him near the origin of the fire shortly before it started. Additionally, surveillance footage and forensic evidence pointed towards arson. Dean's past, including his drug addiction and previous erratic behavior, further fueled suspicions. During the police investigation, Dean confessed to setting the fires. His motive was allegedly to cover up the theft of prescription medications, which he had been systematically stealing from the nursing home. Roger Dean was charged with multiple counts of murder, and his trial began in 2013. The court heard harrowing testimonies from survivors, families of the victims, and emergency responders. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of Dean's guilt, including his confession and the premeditated nature of his actions. Dean's defense was unable to provide any substantial justification or mitigating circumstances for his actions. In November 2013, Dean was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The judge condemned Dean's actions as a heinous and atrocious crime, emphasizing the vulnerability of the victims and the breach of trust inherent in his role as a caregiver. Dean's appeal against the severity of his sentence was subsequently dismissed, reinforcing the life sentences handed down by the court. The Quakers Hill nursing home fire had a profound impact on the community and led to significant changes in fire safety regulations for aged care facilities in Australia. The tragedy highlighted the need for stricter controls and oversight of nursing home operations, including the handling and storage of medications. For the families of the victims, the pain of losing their loved ones in such a horrific manner was compounded by the betrayal of trust by someone who was supposed to care for them. Memorials and commemorations have been held to honor the victims and to ensure that their memories are preserved. The case has prompted numerous discussions and myriad theories about the underlying factors contributing to Dean's actions. Some suggest that his drug addiction played a crucial role, driving him to increasingly desperate measures to conceal the thefts he was committing in his workplace. Others point to possible psychological issues, although these were not definitively established during the trial. The sheer brutality and callousness of Dean's actions continue to puzzle and horrify those who study the case. As of today, Roger Dean remains incarcerated, serving his life sentence. The case is a grim reminder of the potential for evil within even individuals entrusted with the care of some of the most vulnerable members of society. The legacy of the Quakers Hill nursing home fire lives on, both in the improved safety standards it spurred and in the enduring grief of those who lost loved ones in the tragedy.
Number 53. Strongsville Jane Doe. Linda Pagano was a 17-year-old girl from Akron, Ohio, who disappeared on September 1st, 1974, after an argument with her stepfather, Byron Claflin. Pagano had returned home late from a concert and was reportedly asked to leave the house by Claflin. She was never seen alive again. Linda's disappearance was originally treated as a missing person case. Her family and friends held out hope that she might still be alive, but as days turned into months and months into years, The case went cold. It wasn't until 1975 that there was any significant update, though the clues would not be pieced together for decades to come. On February 5th, 1975, a group of boys discovered a partial skeleton along the banks of the Rocky River in Strongsville, Ohio. The remains included a skull with a bullet hole, indicating a violent death, but the body could not be identified at the time, and the victim was referred to as the Strongsville Jane Doe. For years, the identity of the Strongsville Jane Doe remained a mystery. Despite various efforts by law enforcement, advancements in forensic technology, and public appeals, no one came forward with information that could lead to her identification. The case faded from the public eye until the advent of internet communities dedicated to solving cold cases. Reddit, known for its diverse and highly engaged user base, became a key player in reviving interest in many unsolved mysteries. In particular, the subreddit r/unresolved mysteries provides a platform for amateur sleuths to share information and theories about various cases. In 2017, a post about the Strongsville Jane Doe caught the attention of several dedicated users who began to dig deeper. A crucial breakthrough came when a Reddit user, who was familiar with the case, noted similarities between the Strongsville Jane Doe and Linda Pagano. This user, along with others on the subreddit, began comparing details from the missing person report of Pagano with the characteristics of the unidentified remains. The comparisons were compelling. Both Pagano and the Jane Doe had similar dental features, and the timeline of Pagano's disappearance matched the estimated time frame of death of the Jane Doe. Encouraged by these findings, Reddit users urged authorities to re-examine the case with modern forensic techniques. In 2018, the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office, in collaboration with the DNA Doe Project, took up the case. They conducted a thorough DNA analysis and compared the results with samples from Pagano's surviving relatives. The results confirmed what the internet sleuths had suspected. Strongsville Jane Doe was indeed Linda Pagano. This identification not only provided closure for Linda Pagano's family, but also highlighted the impact of collective efforts in solving cold cases. The collaboration between law enforcement and the online community was pivotal in bringing the long-forgotten case back into the spotlight and eventually solving it. The murder of Linda Pagano remains an open investigation, as identifying her was just the first step. The circumstances surrounding her death, including who was responsible for the bullet hole in her skull, are still being investigated. However, thanks to the efforts of Reddit users and modern forensic science, Linda Pagano is no longer a Jane Doe, and her family has finally been given the first steps towards closure after more than 4 decades of mystery.
Number 52.
Ellen Greenberg. A snowstorm blanketed Philadelphia on January 26, 2011, as 27-year-old elementary school teacher Ellen Greenberg made her way home early due to the inclement weather. Ellen stopped for gas at 1:30 p.m., then returned to the apartment she shared with her fiancé, Sam Goldberg. By evening, her lifeless body would be discovered, igniting a decade-long battle for justice. Sam Goldberg returned to their apartment at around 4:45 p.m. after a gym session, only to find himself locked out. The door was latched from the inside. Growing increasingly frustrated and worried, he texted Ellen multiple times, his messages escalating in urgency. "Hello, open the door," and "You better have an excuse." The message notifications rang out in the silent apartment, but Ellen didn't respond. Frustration turned to desperation as Sam contacted building security, only to be told they couldn't help. In a fit of panic, he forced the door open. What greeted him was like a scene from a nightmare. Ellen lay on the kitchen floor, a 10-inch knife protruding from her chest, surrounded by a pool of blood. Sam's frantic 911 call echoed the sheer horror of what he'd found.
I just walked to my apartment. My fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere.
Police arrived on the scene to find Ellen had been stabbed 20 times, with wounds in her chest, back, and neck. Initially, investigators wavered between and homicide before ultimately ruling it a. This conclusion stunned her family. How could someone stab themselves as many times as investigators insist that Ellen did? Forensic analysis seemed to deepen the mystery. Only Ellen's DNA was found on the knife and her clothes. The apartment, locked from the inside, showed no signs of forced entry apart from Sam's desperate attempt to get in. The security footage from the building was inconclusive, revealing nothing suspicious. The fresh snow on the balcony was undisturbed, eliminating the possibility of an intruder escaping that way. Further complicating the case were Ellen's recent visits to a psychiatrist. She had been battling anxiety about her career and had been prescribed Klonopin and Ambien, medications known to cause suicidal thoughts. Despite these facts, her family vehemently rejected the ruling. They pointed to Ellen's behavior leading up to her death, filling her gas tank, making a fruit salad, as actions inconsistent with someone planning to end their life. One particularly chilling detail stood out. Some of Ellen's wounds lacked blood, suggesting they were inflicted after her heart had stopped. This, combined with Ellen's multiple bruises at different stages of healing, painted a grim picture. Despite these troubling findings, the official stance remained unchanged. The Greenbergs' quest for justice became a relentless campaign. They fought to have the cause of death reclassified from to either homicide or undetermined. Their persistence led to multiple legal battles, including efforts to obtain and scrutinize the surveillance footage from the apartment complex. While suspicion naturally fell on Sam, he was never arrested or charged in connection with Ellen's death. He moved on with his life, remarried, and started a family. The Greenbergs, however, continue their pursuit, driven by the haunting questions that refuse to fade. What really happened to Ellen Greenberg on that snowy January day? The answer is buried under layers of conjecture and grief.
Number 51. Maureen Gito. Maureen Gito was a 24-year-old Kenyan woman living in London. She had moved to the United Kingdom with her family in search of better opportunities and a brighter future. Described by her friends and family as joyful, caring, and ambitious, Maureen had her whole life ahead of her. She was working and contributing to her community while dreaming of advancing her career and helping to support her family. Maureen Gito was last seen on December 5th, 2022. On that day, she left her family home in Lewisham, South London, during her aunt's birthday party, ostensibly to meet friends. However, she never returned, and her family soon became worried. After several days without contact, her family reported her missing, sparking a police investigation. Mark Moody, a 54-year-old man with a troubled past, became the focus of the investigation. Moody had a history of criminal behavior and was known to local authorities. His life had been marked by instability, with a series of low-paying jobs and transient living conditions. Moody and Maureen Gito were acquaintances, and their paths had crossed several times before her disappearance. He was working as a caretaker at a block of flats when Maureen disappeared. As the investigation unfolded, police used CCTV footage to piece together Maureen's last known movements. The critical breakthrough came when investigators reviewed CCTV footage from various locations around Lewisham. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage showing the moment Maureen met up with Mark Moody on the day of her disappearance. The footage tracked their movements, capturing them at different points in the city. This evidence was crucial in establishing a timeline and connecting Moody to Maureen's last known whereabouts. Further CCTV analysis provided even more damning evidence against Moody. Footage showed him moving a large bin, later identified as the container in which he had hidden Maureen's body. This chilling footage depicted Moody wheeling the bin out of his residence and transporting it to a remote area where he disposed of her body. These clear, time-stamped images were critical in linking Moody directly to the crime. Armed with the evidence gathered from CCTV footage and other investigative work, police arrested Mark Moody. During the subsequent interrogation, Moody's alibis and explanations were inconsistent and failed to account for the damning video evidence. The police charged him with the murder of Maureen Guiteau. The trial was a harrowing experience for Maureen's family and friends, who had to relive the details of her final moments. The prosecution presented a compelling case, heavily reliant on the CCTV footage that tracked Moody's movements and actions. The footage shows Moody with Maureen on the day she disappeared, and it appears as though he lured her to the block of flats at which he worked. Once there, he brutally attacked her, taking her life in a calculated act of violence. After killing Maureen, Moody concealed her body in a large bin, attempting to hide the evidence of his crime. He then meticulously planned and executed the disposal of her body, transporting the bin to a remote area. Mark Moody was found guilty of the murder of Maureen Guiteau. The judge, considering the premeditated nature of the crime and Moody's attempts to cover it up, sentenced him to life imprisonment. The verdict brought some measure of justice to Maureen's family, although it could never fully compensate for their loss. The murder of Maureen Guiteau reminds us of the potential dangers that lurk in society and the importance of vigilance. Her family, devastated by the loss, has called for greater awareness and protection for vulnerable individuals. This case also underscores the vital role of technology in modern policing. The CCTV footage not only helped track Maureen's last movements, but also provides irrefutable evidence that was crucial in bringing her killer to justice. As cities continue to expand their surveillance networks, the ability to solve crimes and provide closure to victims' families improves significantly. Maureen Guiteau's memory lives on in the hearts of those who knew and loved her, and her case is a testament to the relentless pursuit of truth by law enforcement agencies.
Number 50. Screaming for help. At around midnight on November 12, 2019, the area surrounding the 3000 block of 3rd Avenue in Los Angeles was about to be jolted awake. The cause? A chilling sound that no one could ignore. A woman's desperate, blood-curdling screams for help. "Help me! Someone help me!" she was heard screaming. The sound was so intense, so raw, that it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Within moments, calls flooded the Los Angeles Police Department, with residents describing the urgency. One of the key pieces of evidence came from an outdoor home surveillance camera. The LAPD released footage captured by a camera on the front porch of a nearby home, owned by a woman who had been standing on her porch when the screams started. The camera's audio was clear, capturing the terror in the screaming voice. But what was even more alarming was what the video showed next. A car speeding away from the scene. Initially, the vehicle was thought to be a Toyota Prius, but further analysis suggested it might actually be a 2003 to 2008 Toyota Matrix. The video showed the car tearing down the street, its headlights blurring into the night as it vanished from sight. The woman on the porch was shaken. She had witnessed something she couldn't quite process. The footage showed her looking towards the direction of the screams, her face full of confusion. Her testimony was crucial. She described a 4-door white vehicle with plastic wrap over the front passenger side window, possibly from a previous accident. In the front passenger seat, she saw a woman with dark braided hair being pulled backward by an unseen assailant. The witness descriptions matched the audio. The suspect, a black male, was heard frantically apologizing, his voice tense and desperate. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The victim, described as a black female, was clearly in distress. As detectives scoured the area and reviewed missing persons reports, they were met with a flood of tips. However, identifying the woman from the chilling audio proved difficult. There were several missing people in the area, but none of their circumstances or descriptions seemed to match the specifics of this incident. The LAPD worked tirelessly, comparing witness testimony to their database, hoping to find a match that could lead them to the woman's identity. The public was urged to help, with the LAPD releasing multiple statements and updates, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The lack of clear leads was frustrating, but the urgency never wavered. News segments ran the story repeatedly, the haunting screams playing on a loop. As the investigation continued, the LAPD made it clear that they were considering all possibilities. Was it a kidnapping? A domestic incident gone horribly wrong? Or something else entirely? Some have speculated that the incident may have been a hoax, but most believe that there is no evidence to indicate that. To this day, no answers have ever been found. Any information about the incident can be directed to LAPD Southwest Division detectives at 213-485-2197.
Number 49. The bugged extension cord. In 2013, a Reddit user named ShadyBusiness15 sought help from the Reddit community after discovering something alarming in his home. The incident began when an electrical issue led him to investigate what he thought was simply a malfunctioning extension cord. What he found inside was both unexpected and disturbing. ShadyBusiness15 initially posted his query on the subreddit r/whatisthisthing, describing his experience and asking for help identifying a mysterious device he had found. His post read, "Blew a fuse in my extension cord. Took apart the extension cord and found this inside. What is this thing?" The post included a photo of the disassembled extension cord, revealing an unfamiliar electronic component embedded within. The Reddit community quickly responded, with many users examining the photo and offering their theories. The collective curiosity and expertise of the subreddit were soon brought to bear on the problem. Among the responses, a user named Potato Trousers made a critical observation, identifying the mysterious component as a hidden microphone. He commented, "That's a microphone. It's not part of the extension cord's original design. Someone put it there intentionally." This identification sparked a wave of concern and further analysis. Other users chimed in, confirming that the component looked like audio surveillance equipment. One user, Chippy569, added, "Yeah, definitely a mic. You should get the police involved ASAP." ShadyBusiness15, shocked by this revelation, provided more context in follow-up comments. He explained that he had recently moved into a new apartment and had been feeling uneasy about his landlord, who had displayed odd behavior. The discovery of the hidden microphone intensified his fears, prompting him to seek advice on the next steps he should take. Redditors in the r/RBI, Reddit Bureau of Investigation, subreddit offered detailed guidance on how to proceed. One user recommended, "You should contact the police and report this immediately. They can help you figure out who put it there and why."
Another user suggested, get a professional to sweep your apartment for other hidden devices. If there's one, there might be more. Heeding the community's advice, Shady Business 15 contacted the local authorities and reported the hidden microphone. The police launched an investigation, confirming that the device was indeed a surveillance microphone. The authorities took steps to ensure his safety and to determine who had installed the device, but no further update was given by the original poster.
Number 48.
Cecilia Cabrera. The dark streets of Lemoore, California were lit by the neon glow of the Tachibales Casino. It was June 9th, 2016, and Cecilia Cabrera, a mother of 4, was captured on security footage in her last known moments, exiting the casino shortly before 1 a.m. In the footage, her dark gray Chevrolet Malibu glided away into the darkness. Hours later, the car was found engulfed in flames in an orchard 30 miles away. 6 months passed after that fateful night, and the mystery of Cecilia's disappearance began to unravel. Her husband, Francisco Valdivia, and another woman, Rosalina Lopez, were arrested and charged with Cecilia's murder. The complexities of Cecilia's life were known to those close to her. Her friend Ariana Flores often heard the complicated details of Cecilia's relationship with Valdivia. Though he and Cecilia were married, Valdivia did not live with Cecilia and their children, but instead with another woman. Whether this woman was Rosalina Lopez remains unclear. Ariana remembered Cecilia's desperation, her longing to break free from Valdivia, but according to Flores, Valdivia wouldn't let her divorce him. The investigation into Cecilia's disappearance was fraught with challenges. About a week after she vanished, Valdivia was arrested on unrelated drug charges. It was during this investigation that police discovered multiple marijuana grow sites he allegedly operated. He was set to be released on those charges, but now faced far graver accusations. Though Cecilia's body was never found, the sheriff's department hinted at significant forensic and digital evidence linking the pair to Cecilia's disappearance. Valdivia's use of his marriage to Cecilia to gain legal residency in the United States added a cold, transactional nature to Valdivia's intentions. Rosalina Lopez, who had been married to Valdivia in Mexico, added another layer of complexity to the story. For Cecilia's family, especially her 4 children, the nightmare was far from over. But the arrests of Valdivia and Lopez marked a pivotal step towards finding necessary closure. Though her body has still yet to be found, friends and family vow to see her story through to the end. Any information regarding Cecilia's case can be directed to Tulare County Sheriff's Department at 559-735-1880.
Number 47. Rodney Alcala. Rodney James Alcala was born on August 23, 1943, in San Antonio, Texas. His family moved to Mexico when he was young, but after his father abandoned them, his mother relocated Rodney and his siblings once again, this time to Los Angeles. Alcala's early years were marked by upheaval and instability. He joined the Army in 1961, but his military career was short-lived. After a nervous breakdown, he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and was discharged on medical grounds in 1964. Alcala's criminal activities began in earnest in 1968, when an eyewitness in Los Angeles saw him lure an 8-year-old girl named Tali Shapiro into his apartment. The witness called the police, who arrived to find Shapiro severely beaten and but alive. Alcala fled and managed to avoid capture for several years. He enrolled in NYU under the alias John Berger and studied film under the well-known director Roman Polanski. During this period, Alcala committed numerous other crimes. He worked as a counselor at the New Hampshire Arts Camp for Children, where his predatory behavior continued.
He was eventually arrested in 1971 when two campers recognized Alcala from an FBI wanted poster. Extradited to California, he was convicted of the Shapiro assault, but was paroled after just 34 months due to changes in state laws. In 1978, Alcala's audacity reached a shocking peak when he appeared on the popular TV show The Dating Game. Despite his criminal record and ongoing murders, he managed to charm his way onto the program. On the show, Alcala presented himself as a successful photographer and bachelor, ultimately winning a date with contestant Cheryl Bradshaw. However, Bradshaw later refused to go out with him, citing his creepy demeanor. This incident is widely remembered for its disturbing juxtaposition of Alcala's public charm and private monstrosity. Rodney Alcala's confirmed victims span from 1968 to 1979, but authorities believe there may be many more. His known victims include Cornelia Crilly, 1971, a flight attendant found and strangled in her Manhattan apartment. Alcala was not linked to this crime until decades later. Ellen Jane Hover, 1977, the daughter of a Hollywood nightclub owner, found murdered in New York. She had last been seen with a man calling himself John Berger. Jill Barcombe, 1977, a teenager from New York found murdered in Los Angeles. Georgia Wickstead, 1977, a nurse found bludgeoned to death in her Malibu apartment. Charlotte Lamb, 1978, a legal secretary found strangled in the laundry room of her apartment complex in El Segundo, California. Jill Parento, 1979, murdered in her Burbank apartment. Robin Samso, 1979, a 12-year-old girl from Huntington Beach whose body was found 12 days after her disappearance. Alcala often used his skills as a photographer to lure his victims, offering to take their pictures before attacking them. Many of his victims were discovered posed, indicating a ritualistic aspect to his killings. Alcala was finally arrested in July 1979 for the abduction and murder of Robin Samso. Key evidence included a locker in Seattle that contained a collection of photographs and jewelry belonging to his victims. His trials were marked by legal complexities and multiple retrials. Initially convicted in 1980 for Samso's murder, his conviction was overturned twice due to procedural errors. In 2010, Alcala was convicted for the murders of Samso, Crilly, Hover, Lamb, Wickstead, and Parento, and sentenced to death. During the trial, he acted as his own attorney, presenting a bizarre and convoluted defense, including playing the song Alice's Restaurant by Arlo Guthrie. Rodney Alcala remained on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California. His health deteriorated over the years, and on July 24, 2021, he died of natural causes at the age of 77. Despite his death, the full extent of his crimes remains uncertain. Authorities have continued to link him to numerous cold cases through photographs found in his possession and advances in DNA technology.
Number 46.
Hit and Run demonstrated the power of collective intelligence and digital sleuthing by solving a tragic hit-and-run case involving Susan Rainwater, a cyclist who was struck and killed while riding her bicycle in Eatonville, Washington. This case highlights how a single piece of evidence in the hands of a determined online community can bring justice to victims and their families. Susan Rainwater was an avid cyclist who was enjoying a ride on a rural road when she was fatally struck by a vehicle that fled the scene. Local authorities found few clues at the crash site, but they discovered a broken piece of plastic among the debris. With little to go on, the case seemed destined to become another unsolved tragedy. However, the story took a remarkable turn when a photo of the broken plastic part was posted on Reddit by a user named GuruTaku in the subreddit r/whatisthisthing. The user asked the community for help identifying the mysterious object, hoping it could lead to the vehicle involved in the hit and run. The Reddit post read, "Found this piece of plastic at the scene of a fatal hit and run. Can anyone identify the car it belongs to?" The post quickly garnered attention, and within hours, car enthusiasts and experts from around the world began to analyze the part. The community's collective knowledge about automobiles became evident as users meticulously examined the shape, texture, and markings on the plastic piece. One user, Zachary2, identified the part as a headlight bezel from a late-model Chevrolet Silverado. This breakthrough was significant. The identification of the vehicle model provided the police with a crucial lead. Armed with this information, investigators began to search for late-model Chevrolet Silverados in the area that might have damage consistent with the hit and run. The Reddit community continued to assist, with some users even using Google Maps and social media to track down possible suspects. Their efforts paid off when the authorities, following up on the tip, located a damaged Chevrolet Silverado that matched the description. The vehicle owner was questioned, and evidence linking the truck to the fatal accident was found. Though Susan Rainwater's loss was still a painful one, her family had answers thanks to the efforts of the online community.
Number 45.
Rachel Morin. The sun was setting as Rachel Morin, a mother of 5, set out on Bel Air, Maryland's Ma and Pa hiking trail on August 5th, 2023. The trail was familiar to Rachel, but that evening, even after twilight fell, Rachel did not return home. Her mother, Patty Morin, felt uneasy when Rachel didn't come back by nightfall. The trail was supposed to be safe, a place where people walked their dogs and families enjoyed weekend hikes. The next morning, as concern grew, a search party was assembled. It was then that Rachel's naked and battered body was discovered in a dimly lit tunnel along the trail. The scene was horrific, the brutality of the attack unheard of in the small community. 6 months later, the case remained unsolved. Hartford police, in a desperate bid to break the case, released a sketch of the suspected killer. The image was haunting, a face that could belong to anyone. They urged residents to look closely, to remember any detail that might lead to the identification of the murderer. The investigation had been relentless. Detectives uncovered that Rachel's killer might have been lurking around the trail in the days leading up to her murder. Witnesses recalled spotting a man near the path Rachel had taken. His presence, they said, was inexplicably unsettling. It turned out that gut feeling was correct. He was a predator, stalking his prey. Further complicating the case, through the crime scene's DNA evidence, Rachel's killer was linked to a home invasion and assault across the country in Los Angeles earlier that year. Another unsolved case. Doorbell cam footage from the California incident showed a man leaving the property, his face captured clearly. This footage was turned into posters and distributed to schools and homes in Los Angeles. Hartford County Sheriff Jeff Gawler told reporters, "Someone out there knows who this man is. We need this video in front of that person. He will kill again." Distributing the sketches and posters was a race against time. Rachel's family, devastated by their loss, tirelessly campaigned for justice. They sent letters to high schools, hoping a teacher or a former classmate might recognize the man in the footage. They distributed thousands of flyers near the Los Angeles crime scene, hoping to jog someone's memory. Despite the geographical distance, the link between the two crimes is undeniable beyond the DNA match. The method, the brutality, the randomness, all of this points to a single, dangerous individual. But the $30,000 reward offered for information leading to an arrest remains unclaimed. The sketch, the doorbell cam footage, the DNA link, all of this evidence has yet to come together. In Bel Air, Maryland, the memory of Rachel Morin lives on, with the community united in grief, awaiting the day her killer is finally found and brought to justice. Any information regarding Rachel Morin's case can be directed to the Harford County Sheriff's Office at 410-836-7788.
Number 44.
Kirsten Brueggeman. In the pre-dawn hours of January 2nd, 2021, in the parking lot of Manly's Irish Mutt, raised voices and heated words were heard. Among the small group arguing stood 27-year-old Kirsten Brueggeman, her frustration visible as her friends walked away, leaving her alone. Her friends later went together to a bowling alley, but Kirsten set off on her own. This was a decision that has haunted her friends since. Minutes later, Kirsten began her solitary walk down Shortridge Road, guided by the streetlights. Her path seemed to meander aimlessly. The YMCA security cameras captured her figure at 2 a.m., walking with no clear destination. This is where the night took a chilling turn for Kirsten. Detective Nicole Bochting of the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department recounted this crucial footage to Indy Star. The footage showed Kirsten as she walked into the frame, only to disappear moments later when the camera inexplicably failed. The footage cut in and out, obfuscating Kirsten and her path. When the camera resumed, Kirsten was gone. In her place, a dark SUV lingered by the fence line that separated the YMCA lot from the Abbey Meadows apartment complex. Detective Bochting couldn't shake the feeling that this vehicle held the key to the mystery. At 2:37 a.m., the SUV rolled away and vanished into the night. Desperate for answers, Kirsten's family appeared on the television show Investigation Discoveries Disappeared in order to put Kirsten's case in front of a national audience, amplifying the search for clues and witnesses. The malfunctioning camera, the dark SUV, and the seemingly ordinary walk into the night all haunted them. What had happened? As the day of the broadcast drew near, the anticipation among Kirsten's family and friends continued to grow. The renewed attention shed light on a frustratingly stalled case. With each retelling of her story, those close to Kirsten hope the publicity will lead the way towards answers, and ultimately, peace. Any information regarding Kirsten's case can be directed to the Missing Persons Unit of IMPD at 317-327-6160.
Number 43. The Missing Person Shrine. On an ordinary autumn day in October 2016, Long Island resident Chris Kratz decided to take his usual walk with his dog through the woods of Huntington. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Chris noticed something unusual. At first, it was just a glint through the trees, something that didn't quite belong. Driven by curiosity, he veered off the beaten path to investigate. Hidden in the secluded clearing, partially obscured by the dense underbrush, was an eerie shrine. The area was meticulously arranged with photographs of missing persons, surrounded by personal items such as stuffed animals, candles, and handwritten notes. The shrine's existence in such an isolated location was unsettling, and the way the items were carefully displayed was almost ritualistic. The photographs featured at the shrine included images of several individuals who were known to have gone missing under mysterious circumstances. Among these were missing children, teenagers, and adults. each with their own tragic backstory, although none of the cases had been linked to one another by investigators. The presence of the shrine suggested a deep, possibly obsessive focus on these missing persons, leading to widespread speculation about its purpose and the identity of the person or persons who created it. The shrine included photographs of several well-known missing persons, adding to the mystery and emotional impact of the discovery. Some of the individuals featured were Eitan Patz, one of the most infamous missing children cases in the United States. Eitan Patz disappeared on May 25, 1979, at the age of 6. He was last seen walking to his school bus stop in Manhattan. His disappearance sparked a massive search and brought national attention to the issue of child abductions. In 2012, Pedro Hernandez was arrested and later convicted of Eitan's murder, although the boy's body was never found. Suzanne Lyle, a student at the State University of New York in Albany, Suzanne Lyle disappeared on March 2, 1998. She was last seen getting off a bus on campus. Despite extensive searches and investigations, no significant leads have emerged, and her fate remains unknown. Sarah Ann Wood, an 11-year-old girl who vanished on August 18, 1993, while riding her bicycle near her home in Frankfort, New York. Her disappearance remains unsolved, although a convicted child rapist, Louis Lent, later confessed to her murder, but did not provide the location of her body. Irene Silverman, a wealthy 82-year-old widow and former Radio City Music Hall dancer who disappeared on July 5, 1998, from her townhouse in Manhattan. Kenneth Kimes and his mother, Sante Kimes, were later convicted of her murder, but her body was never found. The discovery of the shrine led to numerous theories and speculations about its origin and purpose. Some suggested it could be the work of a local individual with a deep interest in missing persons cases, possibly someone involved in search and rescue or amateur investigations. The meticulous nature of the shrine suggested a level of reverence or obsession, leading others to theorize that it could be the work of someone mentally unstable or harboring a personal connection to the cases. Another theory proposed that the shrine might be a form of memorial created by a family member or friend of one of the missing persons. This would explain the personal items and emotional content of the shrine. However, the inclusion of multiple unrelated cases made this less likely. Some speculated darker motives, considering the shrine's hidden location and the unsettling arrangement of items. There was conjecture that it could be the work of a person involved in the disappearances, although no evidence supported this notion, and the cases are not thought to be linked. Following the discovery, local authorities were notified, and an investigation was launched to determine the origin and purpose of the shrine. Police visited the site and documented the items, but no conclusive evidence was found to identify who created it or why. Despite the shrine's eerie and mysterious nature, authorities did not find any direct links to criminal activity, and no charges were filed. The site has since been dismantled, and many of the personal items and photographs were collected for further analysis. The case remains an open mystery, with the public and investigators left to ponder the significance of the shrine and the motivations behind its creation. The Long Island Missing Persons Shrine remains a poignant and chilling reminder of the many unsolved disappearances that haunt families and communities. It brought renewed attention to the cases of the individuals featured in the shrine and underscored the continuing anguish of their loved ones. The discovery also sparked a broader conversation about how society remembers and honors the missing and the unknown motivations that drive some individuals to create such memorials. Like the fates of those featured by it, the true purpose and creator of the mysterious shrine in the woods remains unknown.
Number 42. Geelong Night Stalker. For 3 months, Geelong, a small town just south of Melbourne, Australia, had been suffering from terror and paranoia. For the past 3 months, the once peaceful streets had been prowled by an unsettling figure the locals dubbed the Night Stalker. By many accounts, his presence was felt more than seen. No one knew his purpose. The Night Stalker never stole anything, nor did he damage property. Yet his mere presence was enough to prompt residents to look over their shoulders. A shadow in the night, he crept through the town and lurked in shadows, unsettling locals. He was captured numerous times on doorbell cameras, wearing a mask that obscured half his face. But who was he? It was in the suburb of Werribee that the first significant breakthrough came. Scott Holbrook, a security professional from nearby Rippleside, had invested in a high-tech night vision camera after hearing rumors of the Night Stalker's activities. One night, his precaution paid off. The camera captured footage of a man, his face unmasked, testing the locks of several properties. Scott couldn't believe his eyes when he reviewed the footage. Reported by the Daily Star, he told reporters, "He seems to be snooping. He moves around quite nonchalantly with his hands behind his back." The footage showed a man in his late 30s who could easily blend into a crowd. He had a casual demeanor, moving with purpose but without urgency. What was unusual about this footage was that it captured him without the mask that usually helped obfuscate his identity. The revelation sent waves of both relief and renewed fear through the community. Relief that they finally had a face to associate with the terror, and fear because now it was clear this man was meticulous, calculating, and deliberate in his actions. And still, his identity remained unknown. Former FBI profiler Mike King weighed in on the situation, saying the suspect was likely preparing to commit a more serious crime than trespassing or peeping. He wasn't a random prowler. He was a predator, systematically scoping out the area, possibly looking for weaknesses, or worse, his next victim. The profiler's analysis confirmed what many had feared. The Night Stalker was likely to escalate. Another piece of Night Stalker footage, however, provided a moment of unexpected levity. In the dead of night, as the Night Stalker crept up a driveway, he was unceremoniously chased off by a small but fierce dog. The grainy video showed him bolting, his fearsome facade shattered by a tiny pup. This clip, while amusing, ultimately did little to quell the underlying fear in the community. The Night Stalker's invasion of privacy is deeply disturbing, and his motive remains unknown. Local police have been inundated with tips following the release of the doorbell camera footage. They have scoured through the information, hoping to find clues to the Night Stalker's identity and intentions. Victoria police have assured the public they are taking the matter seriously, but so far, the man remains elusive. Though there has been little news of the Night Stalker lately, the residents of Geelong find themselves living in a state of heightened vigilance. Every creak in the night, every shadow passing by a window could be him. And with each passing day, the idea that he might escalate still hangs heavy in the air. In the quiet of Geelong, the silence is deafening. All eyes watching, all ears listening for the return of the Night Stalker. Any information about the identity of this suspect can be directed to Crime Stoppers at 1800-333-000.
Number 41.
Landlord Post-it notes in the apartment. In April 2015, a Reddit user known as Dogforth1 turned to the r/legal advice subreddit for help with a perplexing and unsettling situation. He posted, "I live alone, and I'm the only person with a key to my apartment. But recently, I've been finding post-it notes left around my apartment in places I know I didn't leave them. They're innocuous things like remember to get milk and ring Jason. But, for example, I don't know anyone named Jason." Understandably, Dogforth1 was alarmed and concerned about the possibility of someone entering his apartment without his knowledge. He mentioned that his landlord was dismissive and unhelpful when approached about the issue. He had even resorted to installing a webcam to catch the culprit, but found nothing unusual when he watched back the footage. As the community began to respond, the thread quickly filled with a variety of theories and suggestions. Some users proposed that it could be a case of someone pranking him, or that perhaps a previous tenant might still have a key. Others speculated about the possibility of a more sinister situation involving a stalker. However, a pivotal comment shifted the direction of the investigation entirely. A user named BlocksKitty posted a comment suggesting a less obvious but far more dangerous cause. "You should get a carbon monoxide detector. Sounds like you might have CO poisoning and you're writing the notes yourself." This comment was rooted in the understanding that carbon monoxide, or CO poisoning, can cause symptoms such as memory loss, confusion, and hallucinations, potentially leading someone to perform actions they don't remember, like writing notes. Another user elaborated on this idea, adding more context and urgency. CO poisoning is a serious matter. It's colorless and odorless, so you wouldn't notice it. It can cause memory loss and confusion, which might explain why you're finding notes you don't remember writing. The community quickly rallied around this theory, with multiple users echoing the advice and urging Dogforth1 to act immediately. One user emphasized the potential danger. "Get out of your apartment and call the fire department to check for CO. This can be deadly if not addressed." Taking the advice to heart, Dogforth1 promptly purchased a carbon monoxide detector and installed it in his apartment. The detector quickly registered dangerously high levels of carbon monoxide, confirming the suspicions raised by the Reddit community. In a follow-up post, he detailed his findings and subsequent actions taken. "Thanks to everyone who suggested it was CO poisoning. You guys saved my life. I got a detector and it showed high levels of CO. The fire department found that the boiler in my apartment was leaking gas. This revelation was both a relief and a cause for alarm. The malfunctioning boiler was a potentially fatal hazard that had been leaking carbon monoxide into the apartment." The original poster listening to the comments encouraging him to evacuate immediately and contact the fire department prevented what could have been a tragic outcome.
Number 40.
Jelani Day. The day of August 25th, 2021, was a quiet one in the small town of LaSalle, Illinois. It was there and then that an unknown figure approached a home. The figure hesitated, then knocked on the door. The surveillance camera above the door captured every moment, watching as the man waited. No one answered, and after a few more seconds, the man turned and walked away, retreating into the night. This footage would later become a point of intense scrutiny for the Peru Police Department, who were deep into the investigation of Jelani Day's disappearance. The promising Illinois State University graduate student had vanished the day before the footage was recorded, on August 24th, leaving his family and friends in a state of confusion and fear. The mystery of his whereabouts was compounded by the discovery of his car in the town of Peru, miles away from where he was last seen. The video footage surfaced at a critical juncture, recorded just a day after Jelani's disappearance. It showed a man who bore a superficial resemblance to him. However, when the footage was shown to Jelani's family, they were certain this man was not Jelani. Despite their conviction, the police were obligated to follow every lead in Jelani's case. The footage came to light about a month after the young man's disappearance, just as his family was grappling with a devastating revelation. Earlier that month, a body had been found in the Illinois River, and after agonizing days of waiting, it was positively identified as Jelani. The confirmation brought a mix of sorrow and anger to his loved ones. But they were not only mourning his loss, but also frustrated with the pace of the investigation and the delay in the release of the surveillance video. As the investigation progressed, details of Jelani's final known movements began to surface. On the morning of August 24th, he was seen on security cameras at a dispensary in Bloomington, dressed in a blue Detroit Lions jersey. Later, he was captured on another camera at a local Beyond Hello cannabis dispensary. These images painted a portrayal of a normal day for Jelani, making his sudden disappearance all the more baffling. Back in LaSalle, the man in the surveillance video remains unidentified. The police continue their efforts to track him down, hoping that even the smallest detail might shed light on the circumstances surrounding Jelani's death. Jelani's family remains determined in their quest for answers. They criticize the police for what they saw as delays and inefficiencies, but also acknowledge the tireless efforts of individual officers and volunteers. Their grief is compounded by a deep need for justice and clarity about what has happened to their loved one. Any information regarding Jelani's case can be directed to Detective Paul Jones at the Bloomington IL Police Department at 309-434-2548.
Number 39. Elizabeth Barraza Case. Elizabeth Barraza's final morning in Tomball, Texas, began with excitement. In the early hours of January 25th, 2019, Elizabeth was busy setting up a garage sale outside her home, hoping to earn some extra money for an upcoming trip to celebrate her wedding anniversary. As Elizabeth arranged items on tables, the normalcy was shattered when an unexpected visitor approached around 7 a.m. The Barraza's doorbell camera, as well as the security camera on a neighbor's house, captured every moment leading up to the tragedy. Prior to the visitor's arrival, the footage showed Elizabeth standing in her driveway, chatting casually with her husband Sergio as he left for work. He kissed her goodbye, not knowing it would be for the last time. Minutes after Sergio drove away, a figure dressed in a long dark coat appeared, walking purposefully towards Elizabeth. The footage suggested that the suspect was wearing a mask, suggesting something sinister was about to happen. Elizabeth greeted the stranger, likely assuming they were an early customer. But in a matter of seconds, the suspect acted. The figure raised a gun, aiming directly at Elizabeth. She seemed to freeze in shock and confusion as she tried to comprehend what was happening. The attacker fired multiple shots at close range, leaving Elizabeth to collapse to the ground. The figure then fled, disappearing as quickly as they had arrived. The camera footage captured it all: the approach, the abrupt violence, and the cold departure, including the suspect's car speeding off. The brutal act was over in less than a minute. Hearing the gunfire, neighbors rushed to the scene. They found Elizabeth lying in her driveway, fighting for her life. Emergency services were called, and she was swiftly transported to the hospital. Despite the efforts of the medical team, Elizabeth succumbed to her injuries later that day. The investigation began immediately. The doorbell footage and the footage from the neighbor's camera were crucial pieces of evidence, providing a clear view of the crime. Detectives examined every frame,
hoping to uncover any clue that might lead them to the masked suspect. The footage, however, offered little in terms of identifying the murderer. Police released this footage to the public with the hope that someone might recognize the attacker's gait, clothing, or any other detail. Tips poured in, but none led to a definitive breakthrough. The masked figure remained exactly that, masked. Speculation swirled. Some suggested it was a robbery gone wrong. Others believed it was a targeted attack. But Elizabeth's life held no apparent dark secrets, no known enemies that could explain such a calculated act of violence. The randomness was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of it all. Elizabeth Barraza's murder remains frustratingly unsolved. The search for answers continues. Any information regarding Elizabeth's case may be directed to 713-222-TIPS 8477.
Number 38. Chelino Sanchez note. The singer-songwriter Chelino Sanchez was born Rosalina Sanchez Felix on August 30th, 1960, in a small village in Sinaloa, Mexico. He grew up in poverty and experienced significant hardship, including the murder of his father when he was just a child. These early experiences of violence and loss would deeply influence his music. In his early 20s, Chelino emigrated to the United States, settling in Los Angeles, where he worked various jobs to make ends meet. Sanchez began his music career in the late 1980s, recording and distributing his own cassettes. His music quickly gained popularity among the Mexican diaspora in the United States and in Mexico. He was particularly known for his corridos, which often depicted the lives of drug traffickers, criminals, and outlaws. Chelino's raw, authentic style and his personal connection to the stories he sang about resonated deeply with his audience, earning him a dedicated following. On May 15, 1992, Chelino Sanchez was performing at the Salon Bugambilias in Culiacan, Sinaloa, the Mexican state in which he was born. During the performance, a pivotal and chilling moment occurred. Chelino was handed a note by an audience member. The note contained a death threat, warning him that he would be killed after the show. Footage from the performance captures Chelino's reaction as he reads the note. He pauses briefly, but then continues with his performance, displaying remarkable composure in the face of such a direct and ominous threat. This moment became a key point in the narrative of Chelino's life and death, symbolizing the danger that constantly loomed over him and the fearless persona he projected through his music. Just hours after the performance, on May 16, 1992, Chelino and his entourage were driving away from the venue when they were intercepted by armed men dressed in police uniforms. Chelino was taken at gunpoint. His body was found later that day by an irrigation canal near Highway 15, with 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head. He was 31 years old. The investigation into Chelino Sanchez's murder was fraught with challenges and yielded few concrete answers. Given the nature of his music and the subjects he often sang about, many theories emerged regarding his death. Some speculated that it was linked to the drug cartels, given his connections to the narco-corrido genre, which frequently glorifies and details the lives of drug traffickers. Many in the Mexican criminal underworld may have objected to their portrayals in his music. Others suggested it might have been a personal vendetta or related to his past in Sinaloa. Despite various theories, no one was ever officially charged or convicted for his murder, leaving the case shrouded in mystery. The visual of Sanchez reading the note warning him of his imminent fate has become a notorious emblem of Mexican musical history. Number 37. Suzanne Morphew. The morning of May 10th, 2020, dawned clear in Salida, Colorado. Barry Morphew left early for a job site 150 miles away in Broomfield, leaving his wife Suzanne behind. Suzanne, an avid cyclist, was known to take her mountain bike out on the rugged trails surrounding their home. That Mother's Day, however, she did not respond to her daughter's text wishing her well. Concern grew as hours passed without a word from her. After being alerted by his daughters, Barry called a neighbor to check on Suzanne. When they found neither her nor her bike at home, panic started to set in, and the police were called. The Chaffee County Sheriff's Office mobilized swiftly, and soon a search began. Suzanne's bike was discovered at the bottom of a steep cliff. Her helmet was found a mile away. Investigators found no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn clothing, leading them to suspect that the scene might have been staged. Surveillance footage from the days surrounding Suzanne's disappearance added some suspicion. On his trip to Broomfield, Barry was captured on multiple cameras disposing of trash at various locations. He claimed he frequently used public bins to avoid landfill fees, but this explanation didn't quell the investigators' suspicions. Moreover, the unusual activity recorded by his truck's computer showed movements inconsistent with his alibi. In the ensuing days, Suzanne's disappearance drew national attention. Search teams combed the rugged terrain, divers plunged into local waterways, and volunteers joined the effort, but Suzanne remained missing. As investigators delved deeper, a series of text messages painted a bleak picture of the Morphews' marriage. Suzanne's text to a close friend revealed her growing fear and dissatisfaction with Barry, culminating in a message just days before she vanished. "I'm done. We just need to figure this out civilly." A crucial breakthrough came when a spy pen, discovered in the Morphews' bedroom closet, revealed recorded conversations between Suzanne and a secret lover. This identified lover provided an alibi that investigators confirmed, clearing him of suspicion. However, the revelation of Suzanne's affair added a possible motive for Barry, who continued to vehemently deny any involvement in her disappearance. As the investigation progressed, further scrutiny fell on Barry. Scratch marks on his arm, visible in photos taken shortly after Suzanne went missing, suggested a struggle. Barry attributed the marks to his outdoor work, but investigators were unconvinced. The discovery of a needle cap in the Morphews' dryer, potentially linked to a tranquilizer dart, added to this. Barry admitted to using tranquilizer darts on deer, but denied any knowledge of why the cap would have ended up in the dryer. Despite these leads, the case against Barry remained circumstantial. He was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence, but the prosecution's case faced setbacks. Key pieces of evidence were excluded due to late disclosures, severely weakening the prosecution's position. On April 19, 2022, just days before the trial, all charges against Barry were dismissed without prejudice, allowing for the possibility of refiling. For over 3 years, Suzanne's whereabouts remained a painful mystery until September 22, 2023, when a search team discovered human remains in a remote area. The El Paso County coroner confirmed the remains were Suzanne Morphew's 5 days later. This discovery brought a bittersweet semblance of closure to her family, who had held out hope amid the anguishing uncertainty. But still, questions linger. The search for truth continues, with investigators continuing to piece together the final hours of Suzanne's life. Number 36. Scott Radigan. On a chilly January evening in 2020, the town of Ballston in Virginia was plunged into a mystery that would grip the community for years. Scott Radigan,
a 24-year-old software engineer, was found unresponsive in his bedroom at his AVA Ballston Square apartment on the evening of January 17. The events of that evening would turn a routine welfare check into a chilling unsolved murder case. The previous day for Scott had been ordinary by all accounts. He had gone to work as usual and had a few casual interactions, but when his family hadn't heard from him and couldn't reach him by phone, they grew concerned. By 5:30 p.m., a worried relative decided to check on Scott in person. The doorbell camera footage captured the relative's arrival. They pressed the doorbell, knocked loudly, and finally used their key to enter the apartment. Inside, they were met with an overwhelming smell of bleach. Pushing open Scott's bedroom door, their worst fears were realized. Scott lay on the floor, his upper body bloodied and showing signs of severe trauma. Panic-stricken, his relative dialed 911 to report the situation. When the paramedics arrived, it was already too late. Scott was pronounced dead by first responders. As detectives from the Arlington County Police Department arrived, the gravity of the situation became apparent. The strong smell of bleach suggested a frantic attempt to clean up the crime scene. Forensic evidence indicated that the perpetrator had tried, unsuccessfully, to cover their tracks before fleeing. Blood spatter was still present at the scene. The doorbell camera footage became a focal point of the investigation. It showed Scott's relative's arrival, but more importantly, it captured a figure leaving the building around the estimated time of the murder. The footage was grainy, and the person's features were obscured with a mask and hood, but the details were clear enough to provide a crucial lead. The individual was a white male, approximately 5'6" to 5'8", weighing between 150 to 175 pounds. He was dressed in all black, carrying a black backpack, and had a distinctive pigeon-toed gait. This person of interest became the central figure in a case that baffled investigators. The footage was released to the public and examined by both law enforcement and online sleuths alike. Detectives hoped that someone might recognize the unusual gait or recall seeing the individual in the vicinity of the apartment complex. The Arlington County Police conducted a thorough investigation, canvassing the area and interviewing neighbors. Despite these efforts, the case grew colder as time passed without any leads. Desperate for answers, the Rattigan family offered a $25,000 reward, which they later increased to $50,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction. But nothing has come of it. Some have theorized that Scott was targeted by someone he knew, while others suggested a random act of violence. But without any further breakthroughs in the case, both theories are, as of yet, unfounded. The search for justice continues, propelled by a community's resolve and the unyielding dedication of friends and family who refuse to let Scott's case be forgotten. Any information regarding Scott's murder can be directed to the Arlington County Police Department's Homicide/Robbery Unit at 703-228-4180.
Number 35.
Cara Kety. On April 28, 2007, 17-year-old Cara Kety left work at Popeye's Chicken in Belton as usual. As she made her way to her car, unbeknownst to her, a threat lurked nearby. Her ex-boyfriend, 18-year-old Kyler Yust. Cara had recently broken up with Kyler, a decision she hoped would distance her from his increasingly possessive behavior. But tonight, those hopes were dashed. Kyler emerged and, without warning, pushed her into his car as she struggled and protested. He drove aimlessly and in silence. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he released her in Grandview, Missouri. Cara hurried to the nearest police station and recounted the ordeal to the officers. This wasn't the first time Kyler had scared her, but it was the first time she truly felt that her life was in danger. On April 30th, Cara received a protective order against Kyler. But despite this legal protection, her security still felt tenuous. The real nightmare began on May 4th, 2007. A witness identified as AC arrived at the Belton Police Department at 5:17 p.m., reporting Cara missing. According to AC, no one had seen or heard from Cara for 2 days, and repeated calls to her phone went unanswered. Officers called Rhonda and Jim Beckford, Cara's mother and stepfather, who confirmed that they had seen her briefly that day, but had no idea of her current whereabouts. The Belton police immediately listed Cara as a missing person. Her family still had no news the following day. Cara had been expected to pick up her paycheck from Popeyes on May 9th, but she never showed up. This was unlike her. A chilling discovery came on June 1st, when police searched Cara's locker at Belton High School. Inside, they found her debit card, untouched since her disappearance. Her bank account showed zero activity, which was highly unusual for Cara. On May 6th, police questioned Kyler Yost. At 10:30 p.m., they confronted him about Cara's disappearance. Kyler maintained that he had last seen Cara on the afternoon of May 3rd, denying any contact on the day she went missing. He claimed she had called him on May 4th, but he couldn't reach her when he tried to call back. Phone records, however, told a different story. Cara had called Kyler at 9:13 a.m. on May 4th, and he returned her call at 9:20 a.m. Belton High School's surveillance footage showed Cara leaving at 9:19 a.m. This was the last sighting of her alive. Under scrutiny, Kyler's story began to unravel. Despite his insistence that he last saw Cara on May 3rd, the evidence suggested otherwise. Months later, in September 2015, Kyler confessed that jealousy had led to his kidnapping of Cara on April 28, 2007, but he denied any involvement in her later disappearance. As time passed, witnesses came forward with chilling accounts. J.H., a friend from St. Louis, confirmed he had plans to meet Cara the weekend after she disappeared, but received no response to his calls to her. Another friend, K.R., recounted how Kyler had visited him alone on May 4th, despite having spoken to Cara earlier that day, who said they were together. Years passed, and the mystery surrounding Cara's fate deepened. In 2010, N.Y., a former roommate of Kyler's, revealed that Kyler had spoken about Cara, implying something terrible had happened. By 2011, multiple witnesses, including KF and CM, recounted confessions from Kyler about choking Cara to death. However, the trail of evidence grew colder until September 2016, when Jessica Runions went missing. The chilling similarities between the cases had investigators on high alert. Jessica had last been seen with Kyler at a party in Grandview, Missouri. Her car was found ablaze, and Kyler was arrested shortly after, bearing burns on his hands and face. The breakthrough came in April 2017. 2 sets of human remains discovered by a mushroom hunter were identified as Jessica's on April 5th and Cara's on August 16th. Kyler was charged with their murders on October 5th, 2017. The haunting surveillance footage of Cara leaving Belton High School remained the last living image of her.
Number 34. Colleen Ritzer. Colleen Ritzer was a 24-year-old math teacher at Danvers High School in Massachusetts. Born on May 13, 1989, in Lawrence, Massachusetts, Colleen was known for her dedication to her students and her passion for teaching. She graduated from Assumption College with a degree in mathematics and a master's degree in education from Salem State University. Colleen was described by friends, family, and colleagues as kind, caring, and deeply committed to helping her students succeed. Her teaching philosophy was rooted in positivity and encouragement, and she often went out of her way to provide extra help and support to students who were struggling. Colleen's future was bright, and she was well respected and loved by the Danvers High School community. On October 22, 2013, Colleen Ritzer stayed after school to provide extra help to students, as she often did. That day, Philip Chisholm, a 14-year-old student who had recently transferred to Danvers High School, was among those staying late. Chisholm, who had a history of behavioral issues, had recently moved from Tennessee with his mother after his parents' separation. As the evening progressed, Colleen was seen entering a bathroom on the second floor of the school. What followed was a shocking act of violence. Philip Chisholm followed her into the bathroom, where he brutally attacked her. Using a box cutter, he attacked and raped Colleen, then inflicted fatal wounds on the teacher. Chisholm then placed her body in a recycling bin and wheeled it out of the school, dumping it in a nearby wooded area. He attempted to cover up the crime by changing his clothes and disposing of the evidence. When Colleen failed to return home that evening, her family reported her missing. The school's surveillance cameras provided crucial evidence, showing Chisholm following Colleen into the bathroom and later wheeling the recycling bin out of the school. This footage led investigators to focus on Chisholm as the primary suspect. Police discovered Colleen's body in the woods near the school early the next morning. The brutal nature of the crime shocked both the local community and the nation. Chisholm was arrested later that day, after being found walking along a highway in a neighboring town. He was carrying a blood-stained box cutter and Colleen's credit cards, further implicating him in the murder. Philip Chisholm was charged with first-degree murder, aggravated and armed robbery. Due to the severity of the crime and the overwhelming evidence, he was tried as an adult. The trial began in late 2015, during which the prosecution presented a detailed account of the events, supported by surveillance footage and forensic evidence. The defense attempted to argue that Chisholm was suffering from severe mental illness, claiming he was in a psychotic state at the time of the murder. However, the jury found the evidence of premeditation and the deliberate nature of the attack compelling. In December 2015, Philip Chisholm was convicted on all counts. In February 2016, Chisholm was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years for the murder, and additional concurrent sentences for the rape and theft of her credit cards. The judge noted the particular heinous and premeditated nature of the crime in delivering the sentence. The murder of Colleen Ritzer left an indelible mark on the Danvers community. Her family, friends, and students were devastated by the loss of a beloved teacher who had dedicated her life to helping others. The school and community came together to honor her memory, establishing scholarships and educational initiatives in her name. Colleen's family has worked tirelessly to ensure her legacy lives on, advocating for school safety and the importance of mental health resources for students. The Colleen E. Ritzer Memorial Fund was created to support aspiring teachers and promote positive educational environments.
Number 33. Grateful Doe. On June 26, 1995, an unidentified young man was found dead in Emporia, Virginia, following a tragic car accident. The victim had no identification, and despite efforts by authorities, his identity remained unknown for nearly 2 decades. The young man was dubbed Grateful Doe due to the Grateful Dead concert ticket stubs and band memorabilia found with him. The case grew limited attention for many years, and various theories circulated about the young man's identity and background. Some speculated he was a runaway, while others believed he might have been a fan following the Grateful Dead on tour. Despite his distinctive appearance, which included tattoos and long hair, no one came forward to claim him, and he was buried without a name. In 2014, Reddit posts sparked renewed interest in the case, where users in the r/Unresolved Mysteries subreddit began discussing the Grateful Doe case. The community members were drawn to the mystery and the tragic nature of the unidentified young man who had remained nameless for so long. It was not long before the case had its own subreddit, r/Grateful Doe, which quickly became a hub for speculation about the case and those eager to uncover the truth. The investigation took a significant turn when Reddit users started sharing comparisons of the composite sketches of Grateful Doe alongside missing persons reports from and around the same time period. They meticulously compared physical descriptions, tattoos, and any available photographs. One user shared a photograph of a young man named Jason Callahan who bore a striking resemblance to Grateful Doe. This post caught the attention of other users, many of whom began scouring for more information about the possible connection. Meanwhile, another Reddit user reached out to the media, which helped to amplify the story. The power of social media and online communities played a crucial role in keeping the momentum going. More individuals came forward with potential leads, and the subreddit facilitated a collaborative effort to piece together the puzzle. Through these concerted efforts, it was discovered that Jason Callahan, a young man from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, had been missing since 1995. His family had not initially filed a missing person report, believing that he was living his life independently and would return when ready. The resemblance between the photos of Jason and the sketches of Grateful Doe was undeniable, prompting further investigation. The turning point came when DNA technology was employed. In 2015, the DNA Doe Project, an organization dedicated to identifying John and Jane Does through genetic genealogy, compared DNA samples from Grateful Doe's remains with samples from Jason Callahan's family. The results confirmed that Grateful Doe was indeed Jason Callahan. Jason Callahan was born on January 9, 1976, in Myrtle Beach. He was a free spirit, known for his love of adventure and the Grateful Dead. In June 1995, he set out on a road trip to follow the band, a journey from which he would never return. His family, believing he was pursuing his passion, had not realized the gravity of his disappearance. The identification of Jason Callahan brought a mixture of relief and sorrow to his family. They were finally able to lay him to rest properly and gain some closure, though it also reopened old wounds. For the online community, it was a moment of triumph and validation, showcasing the potential for collective effort to resolve even the most perplexing cold cases.
Number 32. The Randonautica TikTok. The tragic case of Jessica Lewis and Austin Wenner, a young couple brutally murdered in Seattle, Washington, captured national attention not only for its gruesome nature, but also for the bizarre way in which their bodies were discovered. The story intertwines elements of crime, mystery, and technology in unexpected ways. Jessica Lewis, 35, and Austin Wenner, 27, were a couple known for their kindness and close relationship with their families. Jessica was a devoted mother of 4, described by loved ones as having a big heart and a caring nature. Austin, known by friends as Cash, was supportive and loving, known for his protectiveness towards Jessica and her children. The couple had been together for several years and lived in Burien, a suburban area near Seattle. The horrifying discovery of Jessica and Austin's bodies came on June 19, 2020, when a group of teenagers using the Randonautica app stumbled upon a suitcase on the beach of Duwamish Head in West Seattle. Randonautica is an app that sends users on random adventures based on local coordinates, often leading them to explore unexpected locations that might be new to the user. The teenagers, expecting a lighthearted adventure, were instead confronted with a nightmare when they opened the suitcase and found human remains inside. They immediately contacted the police, who later found additional remains in the vicinity. The investigation into the deaths of Jessica and Austin revealed a gruesome crime. The couple had been shot multiple times before their bodies were dismembered and stuffed into suitcases. The medical examiner determined that Jessica had been shot 7 times and Austin twice. The brutality of the crime shocked the community and prompted an intense investigation. The investigation quickly led to Michael Lee Dudley, a 64-year-old man who was the couple's landlord. Jessica and Austin had been living in Dudley's Burien home, and tensions had reportedly arisen over unpaid rent and other disputes. According to court documents, witnesses reported hearing gunshots from the home and seeing Dudley struggling to move a large suitcase shortly after the couple was last seen alive. Dudley's arrest revealed more disturbing details. Investigators found bloodstains and bullet holes in the room where Jessica and Austin had been staying, as well as evidence of an attempt to clean up the crime scene. Witnesses also testified that Dudley had asked for help in disposing of the bodies, indicating a premeditated and callous approach to covering up the murders. In August 2020, Michael Dudley was charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder. The trial brought to light the full extent of Dudley's actions and the suffering endured by the victims. On December 8, 2022, Dudley was found guilty of the murders of both Jessica Lewis and Austin Wenner. The judge condemned Dudley's actions as particularly heinous, highlighting the brutality and premeditation involved in the crime. Dudley was sentenced to 46 years in prison, a term that reflects the gravity of his actions and their impact on the victims' families. During the sentencing, family members of Jessica and Austin spoke about the profound loss and devastation caused by the murders, emphasizing the enduring pain left by Dudley's actions. The discovery of Jessica and Austin's bodies through the use of the Randonautica app added an unusual and unsettling layer to the case. While intended to be a tool for adventure and exploration, the app inadvertently led to the uncovering of a horrific crime scene. The incident sparked discussions about the safety and ethical implications of using such apps, especially when they lead users to unexpected and potentially dangerous situations. While Randonautica disclaims any responsibility for the locations it sends users to, the case highlighted the unpredictable and sometimes unsettling nature of its outcomes.
Number 31. Meta Valentine. Meta Valentine was last seen on October 28, 2014. The surveillance footage from that night shows 42-year-old Meta, a choir director and secretary at Deliverance and Praise Church of Worship, walking briskly towards her apartment at the Sycamore Park complex off Old Wilmington Road. She had just attended a community watch meeting and seemed in a hurry to get home. Approaching the complex, she stopped, staring at the parking lot for a few seconds, then broke into a run toward her building. As she turned the corner, a man exited a vehicle in the parking lot and pursued her. The man was later identified by police as Reginald Jamal McDowell, Meta's ex-boyfriend. The next day, Meta was reported missing when she failed to show up for a family event. The Fayetteville Police Department's homicide unit immediately suspected foul play and took over the investigation. Despite the lack of a body, investigators maintained their belief that McDowell was involved. He was initially cooperative with the police, but then he vanished, and with him, so did any hope of finding Meta alive. For years, Meta's family lived in a state of limbo, their hopes of finding their loved one repeatedly dashed. McDowell, a man with a violent past, had a history of terrorizing Meta. In 1999, he kidnapped Meta from her home, along with her then-boyfriend, Kenneth D. Thompson. Thompson was tied up, tortured, and locked into the trunk of Meta's car. McDowell was later charged with 2 counts of first-degree kidnapping, 1 count of first-degree burglary, and 1 count of shooting into an occupied vehicle. After serving 10 years of his 15-year sentence in prison, McDowell was released in 2011. As often happens with abusive relationships, Meta and McDowell began seeing each other again after his release, but she ended it once again on October 16, 2014, just 11 days before her disappearance. Then, on February 9, 2024, a breakthrough. Investigators received new information that led to warrants being issued for McDowell's arrest on charges of first-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping. Despite the issuance of warrants, McDowell remained elusive. He was believed to be hiding in the New York City area. The police urged McDowell's friends and family to convince him to hand himself over, stressing that he was considered armed and dangerous. Meta's family, who had waited almost a decade for justice, clung to the hope that McDowell would be caught. They remembered Meta as a devoted mother and a source of light and happiness in their lives. Her absence was a void. Only justice could fill it. As the search for McDowell intensified, the police released the surveillance footage to the public, hoping that someone might recognize McDowell and provide a tip that could lead to his capture. The video showed Meta's final moments, the sudden terror as she realized she was being followed, and the desperate sprint for safety that she never reached. The image of McDowell chasing her was grainy but unmistakable. The Fayetteville Police Department has worked tirelessly, following leads and reaching out to law enforcement agencies in New York. The public was reminded of the danger McDowell posed and the importance of bringing him to justice. For Meta Valentine, a woman who had dedicated her life to her family and her faith, justice is long overdue. Her family's grief is compounded by years of uncertainty, but they remain hopeful that McDowell will be found and held accountable. And yet, as of 2024, Reginald McDowell's location remains unknown. Any information regarding Meta Valentine's case or the whereabouts of the suspect can be directed to Detective M. Ballard at 549-7326 or Crime Stoppers at 483-TIPS-8477.
Number 30.
Andrew Gosden. On the morning of September 14, 2007, 14-year-old Andrew Gosden slipped into his school uniform, getting ready to head to Macaulay Catholic High School in Doncaster. But something about Andrew's demeanor was different that morning. Andrew was known for his intelligence and quiet nature. He excelled academically and was always punctual, never missing a day of school. But on this day, instead of heading directly to school, Andrew veered off course, walking away from his usual route. He returned home, changed out of his uniform into casual clothes, and then grabbed his wallet, keys, and a PlayStation Portable, but left the charger behind. His actions were deliberate, suggesting that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. After withdrawing £200 from his bank account, Andrew made his way to Doncaster Station. He purchased a one-way ticket to London, even though a round-trip ticket would have only cost him a few more pounds. The train journey was seemingly uneventful, with Andrew's expression betraying no hint of worry as he was captured on CCTV footage upon arriving at King's Cross Station at around 11:20 a.m. His slight frame and glasses made him easily recognizable. The CCTV footage would become the last confirmed sighting of Andrew Gosden. In the video, he walks purposefully through the station, merging with the throngs of commuters and travelers. But beyond that point, he vanishes into the city of fog, leaving no trace. Back in Doncaster, Andrew's parents, Kevin and Glenys, returned home to an unsettling silence. Initially, they assumed Andrew was playing Xbox in the basement, but they quickly determined this was not the case, and as the hours passed and he didn't appear, worry set in. They found his school uniform neatly folded on a chair in his bedroom, revealing his earlier return home. Frantic calls to his friends yielded no answers. No one had seen Andrew at school that day, and the school's attempt to notify the Gosdens of his absence had mistakenly gone to another family. The realization that their son was missing hit the Gosdens hard. The police were notified, and an extensive search began. Posters of Andrew's face were plastered across the city, and appeals for information were broadcast nationwide. Despite the immediate flurry of activity, no new leads appeared. The last solid piece of evidence remained that chilling CCTV footage from King's Cross Station. As time passed, theories about Andrew's disappearance abounded. Some speculated that he had gone to London to meet someone, perhaps a friend he had met online. Others suggested he might have been lured there by the promise of a concert, noting his love for bands like 30 Seconds to Mars and H.I.M. Another theory posited by his father was that Andrew, with his keen interest in history and intellect, might have been drawn to the Tutankhamun exhibition at the British Museum. Despite the myriad of theories, no concrete evidence surfaced. Years later, in December 2021, a glimmer of hope emerged when two men were arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and human trafficking in connection with Andrew's disappearance. But after a lengthy investigation, they were cleared of any involvement, and the case remained as unsolved as before. In the quiet suburb of Balby, the Gosden family continue to live in a state of limbo, their lives irrevocably altered by Andrew's disappearance. The case remains one of the UK's most perplexing mysteries. Hope persists that one day, Andrew's mystery will finally be solved. Any information regarding Andrew's case can be directed to the confidential helpline, 116-000.
Number 29.
Hotel Zaza. The Hotel Zaza in Houston, Texas, became the focal point of a perturbing mystery in 2013 when a Reddit user shared an eerie experience involving room 322. This particular room, with its bizarre decor and unsettling atmosphere, quickly captured the attention of the internet, sparking intense speculation. The mystery began with a post on Reddit's r/unresolved mysteries by a user who described stumbling upon room 322 during a stay at Hotel Zaza. The room was unlike any other in the upscale hotel, featuring a dungeon-like aesthetic with concrete floors, mirrored ceilings, and disturbing artwork. Most notably, the room contained a single, small bed chained to the wall, and a peculiar portrait of a man with an oversized head. So, my boss travels to Houston a lot, and he usually stays at Hotel Zaza. He got a room there, but this one was completely different from any other room he's ever stayed in. It had cement floors, a singular bed in the middle of the room, and one whole wall was a mirror. There was also this really weird picture of some dude with an oversized head on the wall. He said it looked like something straight out of a horror movie. The post quickly went viral, and internet sleuths began to dig deeper into the mystery of room 322. Speculation ran rampant, and several theories came to the fore. Given the room's austere and bizarre decor, some speculated that room 322 might be designed for unconventional and potentially illicit activities. The strange artwork and the overall ambiance also led some to believe that secret societies used the room for rituals or clandestine meetings. Another widespread theory was that room 322 was used by secret societies for rituals or clandestine meetings. The strange artwork, particularly the portrait of the man with an oversized head, along with the room's overall mysterious ambiance, fueled this speculation. Some internet detectives suggested that the room's number, 322, could be a reference to the Skull and Bones Society, a secret society at Yale University that is associated with the number 322. This theory posited that the room's peculiar design was meant to serve as a symbolic or functional space for the activities of a powerful and secretive elite group. Some individuals suggested that room 322 might have been some kind of avant-garde art installation designed to provoke and unsettle guests as part of a broader artistic vision. Hotel Zaza is known for its eclectic and themed rooms, and this theory posited that room 322 was simply another example of the hotel's commitment to unique and memorable decor. Proponents of this theory argued that the room's design was meant to challenge guests' perceptions and evoke a strong emotional response. The unsettling artwork, unconventional layout, and dungeon-like aesthetic could be interpreted as deliberate choices intended to create a one-of-a-kind experience that guests would not soon forget. As the mystery gained traction, various media outlets and investigative bloggers began to explore the story. Vice published an article delving into the internet frenzy surrounding room 322. Detailing the various theories and the ongoing efforts of online detectives to uncover the truth. The article highlighted how the room, not listed on the hotel's website, had a history of evoking strong reactions from guests who stumbled upon it. Swamplot, a local Houston blog, contacted the hotel for clarification. Hotel Zaza's management denied any sinister or unusual purpose behind the room, stating that it was simply a uniquely themed room as part of the hotel's eclectic decor. According to the hotel, the room was intentionally designed to stand out and provide a memorable experience for guests. The mystery of room 322 was ultimately laid to rest thanks to the dedicated efforts of a Reddit user who posted a detailed investigation on r/unresolved mysteries. This user embarked on a thorough investigation, speaking with Zaza employees, researching the hotel's history, and scouring the internet for clues. Their persistence paid off when they discovered a blueprint of the room that revealed a hidden detail. This bugged me a lot. For the past couple of days, I've been researching as hard as I can about the history of the hotel. I was speaking with a few employees of Zaza on background and digging as deep as I could onto the internet, now wondering was the conspiracy theories right all along. Although there was no real evidence directly pointing to anything sinister going on with the room, there was so much circumstantial stuff that made it really easy to tell a story that matched up with what we knew about this weird hotel room. The breakthrough came when a user found a blueprint showing a supposed secret room behind the mirror. Initially, this seemed to confirm the wildest theories about room 322. I found a blueprint of the room showing a secret room behind the mirror. Not only that, but it appeared that the door to get into this secret room was the exact door I found padlocked inside the hotel staff room. The blueprint image I found was on an obscure blog post from around the time that this was originally making the rounds. And although it refuted the claim that there was a secret room back there, I felt like they hadn't taken into account the door that I had found. Not only that, but this room didn't appear to have any other way to enter it other than through the padlocked door. It appeared to be a bathroom of some sort, which I assumed may have been some sort of cover for this room's true purpose as a possible observation room. However, upon deeper investigation, the user found that the blueprint had been misinterpreted. The supposed secret room behind the mirror was actually just a bathroom for the adjacent room, 321. So I took a closer look at the blueprint, and sure enough, that secret observation room I was going so crazy to find, it turns out it's just a weirdly placed bathroom for room 321 around the corner. I've marked it up to illustrate how the exact layout is. The padlock door you can see opens into a small closet, most likely the electrical paneling that the Zaza employee on background had told me about. Further validation came from an insider who explained the odd design choices, debunking any sinister implications. That two-way mirror in 322 hangs on the bathroom wet wall for the more spacious suite 321 next door. So, in the secret voyeur room case, you'd be standing in the bathroom next door and looking through a piping chase full of sanitary and domestic water lines. The bricks are a veneer that they decided to stop at the frame of the mirror. This comprehensive investigation and explanation resolved the mystery, revealing that room 322 was merely an oddly designed hotel room with unique decor, not a site for illicit activities.
Number 28. June and Jennifer Gibbons. June and Jennifer Gibbons, known as the Silent Twins, remain one of the most intriguing pairs in contemporary psychological history. Born on April 11, 1963, when their Barbadian father was stationed in Yemen, they moved to Haverford, West Wales with their family when they were young. The twins became famous for their intense, almost exclusive bond, and a series of behavioral challenges that baffled and captivated experts and the public alike. The Gibbons family, led by parents Gloria and Aubrey, moved to the United Kingdom in the early 1960s. Aubrey worked as a technician for the Royal Air Force, while Gloria was a homemaker. June and Jennifer, the youngest of the family, had an elder sister and 2 brothers. From a young age, the twins exhibited behaviors that set them apart from other children. They spoke Bayesian Creole, the family's native tongue from Barbados, but rapidly and in a high-pitched tone, making it difficult for others to understand them. This unique speech pattern created a barrier between them and the outside world, including their family. As the only black children in their community and school, June and Jennifer faced racial discrimination and bullying, which further deepened their isolation. They responded by retreating into their world, communicating solely with each other in a language only they understood. This selective mutism perplexed their parents, teachers, and peers, making social integration increasingly difficult for the twins. By their early teenage years, the twins' behavior had become a cause for concern. School officials noted their reluctance to read or write in class, although they displayed an unusual proficiency in these skills when alone. Psychological assessments suggested that their lack of outside communication was not due to a lack of ability, but rather a deep-seated psychological bond that made them dependent on one another. Despite multiple attempts to separate them in hopes of encouraging individual development, these efforts often backfired and resulted in the twins withdrawing even further. In one notable incident, when placed in separate boarding schools, both girls became nearly catatonic, barely moving or responding until they were reunited. In their teenage years, June and Jennifer began expressing themselves through writing. They filled journals with elaborate stories, poems, and novels, often exploring dark and complex themes. Their shared creative outlet, however, did not translate to improved social behaviors. In 1981, the twins embarked on a spree of petty crimes, including vandalism, arson, and theft, leading to their arrest. The twins were subsequently committed to Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility, where they were diagnosed with psychopathy and schizophrenia. Their time at Broadmoor was marked by their continued silence towards others, erratic behaviors, and a further deepening of their bond. They spent 11 years in the institution, during which they were heavily medicated and frequently isolated. The most mysterious and dramatic turn in their story came in 1993, when at the age of 29, the twins were being transferred from Broadmoor to the less restrictive Caswell Clinic in Bridgend, Wales. During the journey, Jennifer inexplicably fell into a coma and died shortly after arriving at the clinic. The cause of death was recorded as acute myocarditis, a sudden inflammation of the heart. However, no drugs or poisons were found in her system, and there was no evidence of foul play. June would later speak out, saying that in the days leading up to the transfer, Jennifer appeared lethargic and would tell her that she was dying. This fueled speculation that Jennifer's death might have been a part of an inexplicable pact between the twins, wherein one had to die for the other to lead a more normal life. June's subsequent behavior seemed to support this theory. After Jennifer's death, she began communicating more openly with others and leading a more typical life. Following Jennifer's death, June was eventually released from the psychiatric hospital and returned to live with her family. She slowly began integrating into society, though she remained a private person. She later expressed regret over their years of silence and the pain it caused their family. June has shared her story with various media outlets, offering glimpses into the complex world she shared with Jennifer. Despite the challenges and the psychological scrutiny they endured, she has managed to carve out a semblance of normalcy in her life, although it will always be overshadowed by her sister's death. The story of June and Jennifer Gibbons has inspired numerous books, articles, and documentaries, each exploring different facets of their unique relationship and the psychological mysteries they presented. Their case has been studied extensively in fields ranging from psychology to linguistics, and their writings have been analyzed for insights into their inner lives. One notable documentary, The Silent Twins, delves deeply into their lives, offering rare insights and a poignant look at their relationship. This documentary combines interviews, archival footage, and dramatizations to paint a comprehensive picture of the twins' lives, their struggles, and the impact of their bond. It explores the psychological and societal factors that contributed to their isolation and the profound connection they shared.
Number 27. Machete-wielding lady. On a Friday night in July of 2023, in Anfield, Liverpool, England, Susan Blackburn lay awake in bed with an uneasy feeling she couldn't explain. The night had been almost unnaturally quiet, until a jarring bang downstairs broke through the silence. Like an alarm, her dogs erupted into barks. Susan's heart raced as she climbed out of bed, moving cautiously towards the source of the sound. Her two daughters were sound asleep in their rooms. She tiptoed downstairs, the barking dogs following her closely, their ears perked and eyes wide. Susan scanned the rooms downstairs, searching for the source of the noise, but everything seemed in place. Puzzled, she attributed the sound to something mundane, a dropped item, or perhaps a gust of wind knocking something over. She tried to calm the dogs, then returned to bed, willing the disturbance from her mind as she fell back to sleep. It wasn't until the next afternoon, at around 4 p.m., that Susan discovered the true horror of what had happened. She was in the living room when she heard the sound of a car outside. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to check her Ring doorbell app, expecting to see a delivery or a neighbor passing by. But the app wouldn't connect. Frustrated, she tried again, only to see a frozen image, her last recorded video. With a sinking feeling, Susan played the footage. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. The video showed a woman, her face obscured by the hood of her jacket, walking up the driveway. In her hand, she held a large machete. Susan watched in horror as the woman approached the doorbell camera, raising the blade high. With a swift motion, she sliced the camera from its mount, the screen going black immediately after. Susan stared at her phone. The reality of what she had narrowly missed the previous night hit her hard. It was like something out of a horror movie, she later recounted to the press. I just couldn't believe what I had just seen. She recalled the bang she'd heard around midnight, the sound that had jarred her from her sleep. It hadn't been something falling inside the house after all. It had been a stranger doing something much more alarming. Susan shuddered at the thought of what could have happened if she had confronted the intruder. She checked the rest of the house for signs of a break-in, but found nothing amiss. The woman had taken the doorbell camera and vanished into the night. Susan immediately reported the incident to the police. The local neighborhood team responded quickly, identifying the weapon from the footage as a cane machete. A spokesperson from the Merseyside police urged anyone with information about the incident to come forward, emphasizing the importance of community vigilance. As the news spread, neighbors shared their own concerns. The incident left everyone on edge, each wondering if they might be the next target. Susan has installed a new doorbell camera and additional security measures, hoping to restore a semblance of safety to the family home. But the image of the woman with the machete remains vividly in her mind. The machete-wielding lady has never been captured, and her motive remains unknown.
Number 26. Anisha Duffy Murnane. The morning of October 17, 2019 was a great one in Homer, Alaska, when Anisha Duffy Murnane left her home at the Main Tree Apartments. The 38-year-old, who was living independently in the supportive housing facility, was seen on security footage departing for a 1 p.m. appointment. Dressed casually in a blue jacket, nothing seemed amiss with the woman. But that was the last time anyone would see Duffy alive. When Duffy didn't return home, her mother grew worried. Edie had spoken to her daughter that morning, and everything seemed normal. When she learned that Duffy had actually missed her appointment, panic set in. Calls to Duffy's phone went unanswered, and by evening, Edie contacted the Homer Police Department. Lieutenant Ryan Browning led the initial investigation. Search teams scoured the area, using dogs to track Duffy's scent, which led them into downtown Homer. There, the trail abruptly ended, a point known in search and rescue as a car pickup. Browning's team speculated she might have been abducted, but leads were scarce. In February 2020, Dateline featured Duffy's story in their Missing in America series. Despite widespread attention and numerous tips, the investigation hit a wall. Duffy's mother and stepfather feared the worst, that she had been taken against her will.
The case remained cold until a breakthrough came on April 14, 2022. A tipster contacted the Homer Police Department, providing a chilling account that pointed directly to a man named Kirby Calderwood. This tip was disturbingly detailed, describing the kidnapping, murder, and disposal of evidence. Calderwood had already been on the radar of investigator Matt Haney since 2021, and now was thrust back into the spotlight. Haney, who had been assigned solely to Duffy's case since joining the department in March 2020, compiled an affidavit for Calderwood's arrest. The document painted a dark picture of Calderwood's past, revealing allegations of rape and violence leveled by his previous wives. He had confessed to them his addictions and his disturbing lack of remorse, suggesting he might be a sociopath. Calderwood had moved to Alaska from Utah after a failed marriage and had lived in Homer for several years. In the months surrounding Duffy's disappearance, his behavior grew increasingly suspicious. After returning from a trip she took shortly after Duffy went missing, his then-girlfriend found her home reeking of bleach. Bleach-stained towels and a bag containing bloodied items, including her knitting needles, further heightened her unease. She recalled that confronting Calderwood about these discoveries led to explosive anger. On May 5, 2022, a coordinated effort between the Homer Police and the Ogden, Utah Police Department culminated in Calderwood's arrest. A search of his vehicle and residence yielded critical evidence. A small lady's Timex watch, matching the description of Duffy's, found in his dresser drawer. This final nail in the coffin was provided by an anonymous tipster, Calderwood's current wife, who came forward the next day. She described Calderwood's confessions about the heinous acts he committed against Duffy, including how he disposed of her phone and body. Her courage in speaking out against a violent man finally brought justice to a case that had remained mysterious for nearly 3 years. In a Facebook post made on May 9, 2022, the Homer Police Department announced Calderwood's arrest. The message conveyed their commitment to justice and extended heartfelt sympathies to Duffy's family. The once quiet town of Homer was left grappling with the unsettling revelation that one of their own had committed such a monstrous act. But monsters walk among us. Thankfully, this one was finally brought to justice.
Number 24.
Lena Chapen. Lena Chapen had a tumultuous early life, marred by instability and family turmoil. Born into a large family, Lena was one of 6 daughters raised by Sandra "Sandy" Clem. The family moved frequently, and Lena's upbringing was far from typical, with her mother engaging in dramatic and contentious romantic relationships with a series of partners. This chaotic environment would set the stage for the dark events that would unfold later in Lena's life. The trouble began in earnest when Lena's stepfather, Gary McCullough, disappeared in 1999. Lena was just 13 years old at the time. According to Lena's later confession, Sandy had shot Gary during an argument. Sandy then allegedly coerced Lena into helping her dispose of Gary's body. Lena recounted to her sisters and a boyfriend that she assisted in cleaning up the crime scene, transporting Gary's body to a burn pile on their farm and scattering the remains. Despite these details, no physical evidence was found, and Gary's body was never recovered, leaving the case officially unresolved. On February 14, 2006, Lena Chapen vanished. By then, she was 20 years old and a mother herself, living in Dent County, Missouri. According to Sandy, Lena left with an unknown man to start a new life, abandoning her young son Coulter. This explanation raised immediate suspicions, as it was completely out of character for Lena to leave her child behind. Lena's sisters, particularly Robin, believed that Lena would never voluntarily leave her son and suspected foul play. The immediate aftermath of Lena's disappearance was fraught with confusion and concern. Lena's boyfriend reported that Lena had planned to meet him that day, but she never showed up. When he contacted Sandy, she repeated the story of Lena leaving voluntarily with an unknown man. Friends and family members were skeptical, noting that Lena had left behind all her personal belongings, including her purse and ID, which was highly unusual for someone supposedly starting a new life. The investigation into Lena's disappearance faced numerous challenges. Local law enforcement initially treated the case as a missing person scenario, not suspecting foul play due to the lack of concrete evidence. The absence of a body or clear signs of a struggle meant that leads were scarce. Over time, the case grew cold, with little progress made despite the family's persistent efforts to find answers. Lena's disappearance effectively silenced a key witness in Gary McCullough's presumed murder, complicating both investigations. The case took on a new life after being featured on Unsolved Mysteries, which prompted renewed interest and investigation from both the public and internet communities. Reddit, in particular, played a significant role in uncovering new evidence and generating discussion around the case. The subreddit r/Unsolved Mysteries became a hub for armchair detectives who were determined to piece together Lena's story. One of the most critical contributions from Reddit came from users who began to cross-reference publicly available information and search for any overlooked details. Discussions on the subreddit led to the discovery of inconsistencies in Sandy Klemp's statements and behavior. For example, users noted the suspicious nature of Sandy's claim that Lena had willingly left her child behind, a decision that seemed out of character for the young mother, according to others who knew her. Additionally, Reddit users dug into property records, social media profiles, and other public databases to find connections that might shed light on Lena's whereabouts. They uncovered potential sightings and reports that had not been thoroughly investigated by authorities. One user pointed out discrepancies in the timeline of events leading up to and following Lena's disappearance, suggesting that Sandy's accounts were not only inconsistent, but also deliberately misleading. The collaborative efforts on Reddit also highlighted the potential involvement of other family members. Users speculated that Lena's siblings might have more information about her disappearance than had been made public, and they discussed ways to approach them for insights while respecting their privacy and emotional boundaries. The community's collective analysis emphasized the importance of re-examining every aspect of the case, from the initial investigation to the subsequent media coverage. In a significant turn, the case's renewed visibility led to additional media inquiries and pressure on local law enforcement to revisit the investigation. The discussions on Reddit did not prove a concrete solution, but significantly contributed to maintaining public interest and applying pressure on the authorities to take the case seriously. This heightened scrutiny and persistent questioning might eventually lead to a breakthrough, as Reddit users and authorities alike continue to delve into this case.
Number 23. Hop Newen. In the quiet neighborhood of Lancaster Drive in Grand Prairie, Texas, all seemed still as the clock struck 10:30 p.m. However, evil was brewing. Hop Newen, a 32-year-old man known for his friendly demeanor and sharp wit, was about to vanish without a trace. Hop's white Nissan 350Z convertible was seen driving onto Texas State Highway 161, exiting from Lower Tarrant Road. There was no further footage of the vehicle that night. He had always been punctual and responsible, so when his family realized he hadn't returned home, worry quickly set in. His sister, Jenny Newen, had spent the night pacing the living room, her mind racing to worst-case scenarios. By the morning, their family friend was with her, both of them trying to piece together Hop's last known movements. They decided to review the security footage from the camera outside Hop's front door, hoping it might offer some clue. Jenny clicked through the footage, at first
Nothing seemed amiss, but then, as the video progressed to the time just before his disappearance, their hearts sank. The footage showed an unknown figure approaching the front door. The person was deliberately cautious, their face obscured by a hood. The figure placed a piece of paper over the camera, blocking the view. There was a brief moment of muffled sounds, possibly the door being opened, before the screen went dark. The implications were terrifying. Someone had intentionally hidden their identity before entering Hop's home, and now he was gone. Detectives were called in. They combed through the footage, but the obscure figure offered no clear leads. While they hadn't yet confirmed foul play, the evidence pointed to something more sinister than a simple disappearance. Hop's family and friends mobilized, sharing his image across social media. They described him in detail: a 5'7" Vietnamese American man, weighing about 165 pounds, with brown eyes and short black hair. He had a distinctive scar behind his right ear and a half-sleeve dragon tattoo on his right arm. On his right inner arm, he bore the letters TFT, and he was missing the tip of his right index finger. The community was on high alert, but each lead ended in disappointment. Hop's Nissan 350Z was also missing, adding another obstacle to solving the mystery. The car was later found abandoned, but there was no significant evidence inside that would lead to Hop. Who was the mysterious figure on the camera? What had happened to Hop after that footage cut off? Theories abounded, but there were few answers. The Grand Prairie Police continued their investigation, but as time passed, the case began to grow cold. Hop's family urged anyone with information to come forward, holding on to the belief that somewhere, someone knew something that could help bring Hop back to them. Any information about the case can be directed to the Grand Prairie Police at 972-237-8750.
Number 22.
Sandra Crispo. That special New England autumn was beginning to fall over Hanson, Massachusetts, in September of 2019. 40 days had passed since Lena McN last spoke to her mother, who had mysteriously up and vanished. Each day that passed seemed to weigh more heavily. Lena often found herself replaying their last conversation. 54-year-old Sandra had recently moved closer to Lena to be near her grandchildren. She adored them and relished the time spent caring for her 3 grandsons while Lena worked as a nurse in nearby Boston. Sandra otherwise lived a quiet life and was a homebody, according to Lena. Their routine was comforting, predictable, until it wasn't. The morning of August 7th was the last time Lena saw her mother. She had stopped by Sandra's house to drop off the boys before heading to work, per their usual routine. Sandra had mentioned having car troubles, and since Lena was at work, another relative stepped in to help. They drove with Sandra and her grandsons to drop the car off at a mechanic's shop. Security camera footage showed Sandra entering a Cumberland Farms store before she was driven home. On Thursday, Lena received a call from the mechanic, who needed more parts for Sandra's car. Lena was at the beach with her boys and phoned her mother to relay the news, but Sandra didn't answer. When multiple calls went unanswered, Lena started to worry. Sandra's vehicle was in the shop, and she rarely went out. Where could she be? The next day, Lena drove to her mother's to drop off her boys as usual. When Lena arrived at Sandra's house, a deep sense of foreboding gripped her. Reflecting on the moment, she said that something felt terribly wrong. Usually, she'd ask the boys to unbuckle as they pulled into the driveway, but this time, she didn't. Instead, she approached the house alone and knocked. Sandra didn't answer. She looked through the windows. Many of the lights inside were turned on, but there was no Sandra. She went around the back of the house and found the door unlocked. Inside, Lena realized that some of Sandra's things were gone. Her shoes, her purse, yet the air conditioner was running, unusual if Sandra had left the house. In the fridge, watermelon had been prepared for the boys. Sandra's dog, usually exuberant, lay quietly in a recliner. Everything was off. She filed a missing persons report, prompting an investigation by the Hanson Police Department. Police Chief Michael Miksch told Dateline, "There are no signs of foul play, nothing out of the ordinary at her house. We just don't know." Sandra didn't own a computer or cell phone, complicating the search. Police launched a campaign on social media, raising public awareness and sharing photos of Sandra, hoping someone had seen her. Local searches and countless tips yielded nothing. Lena remains convinced that a neighbor must have seen something. She knew her mother wouldn't disappear of her own accord. The uncertainty is excruciating, but Lena's resolve has never wavered. She has vowed to bring her mother home, no matter what it takes. Lena continues her search. To this day, Sandra remains missing. Any information regarding Sandra's case can be directed to the Hanson Police Department at 781-293-4625.
Number 21. Resurrection Mary. Resurrection Mary, a ghost story that is deeply interlinked with Chicago history, is the catalyst behind a series of eerie encounters and inexplicable events along Archer Avenue and near the Resurrection Cemetery in Justice, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. One of the earliest documented encounters dates back to 1939, when Jerry Paulus, a Chicago Southsider, found himself entangled in a chilling rendezvous with what he believed to be Resurrection Mary. Their encounter unfolded at the Liberty Grove and Hall, located at 47th and Mozart, where they danced, shared moments, and even exchanged a kiss. Mary, dressed in the ethereal white attire that would come to be known as her signature, eventually requested a ride home along Archer Avenue. However, as they approached the cemetery, Mary abruptly disappeared from the car and vanished into the night, leaving Jerry bewildered and haunted by the encounter. Decades later, in 1973, Resurrection Mary allegedly made another appearance, this time at Harlow's nightclub on Cicero Avenue. Reports surfaced of a young woman resembling Mary frequenting the establishment, leaving patrons mystified by her presence. That same year, a taxi driver entered Chet's Melody Lounge, situated across the road from the cemetery, seeking information about a fare evader who bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Spectre. The 1970s seemed to be a particularly active period for Resurrection Mary sightings, with numerous accounts surfacing between 1976 and 1989. Some of these encounters involved motorists narrowly avoiding collisions with Mary near the cemetery, only for her to vanish into thin air before they could interact with her. In August 1976, reports emerged of handprints burned into the iron fence surrounding the cemetery, purportedly left by Resurrection Mary herself. However, cemetery officials dismissed these claims, attributing the damage to a truck accident and refuting any evidence of supernatural activity. In a chilling account recounted by columnist Bill Geist in a January 31st, 1979 article, a cab driver named Ralph shared his perplexing encounter with a young woman fitting the description of Resurrection Mary. Ralph, who described himself as a pragmatic and level-headed individual, picked up the mysterious passenger near a shopping center on Archer Avenue. As they approached a desolate area, the young woman abruptly directed Ralph to stop, pointing towards a dilapidated shack across the road. In a surreal twist, she vanished from the car without a trace, leaving Ralph dumbfounded and grappling with the inexplicable nature of the encounter. Number 20. Lily Peters. Lily Peters was a bright and cheerful 10-year-old girl living in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Known for her infectious smile and vibrant personality, she was adored by her family, friends, and teachers. Lily loved to play outside, ride her bike, and engage in adventures typical of a happy childhood. She was a student at Parkview Elementary School, where she was well liked by her peers and educators. Her loving nature and boundless energy made her a cherished part of her community. On April 24th, 2022, Lily went to visit her aunt's house, a common activity given the close-knit nature of her family. She was last seen leaving her aunt's home on her bike, heading back home. When she did not return home by the expected time, her family grew increasingly worried. They reported her missing, prompting an immediate search by local law enforcement and community volunteers. The search continued into the night, with everyone holding on to hope that Lily would be found safe. Tragically, the next day, April 25th, 2022, Lily's body was discovered in a wooded area near a walking trail, not far from where she had last been seen. The autopsy revealed that she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma, confirming that her death was a homicide. The brutality of the crime shocked the small community, leaving everyone who had known Lily in a state of grief and disbelief. Vigils and memorials were quickly organized to honor Lily's memory, as the community rallied together in support of her devastated family. In the immediate aftermath of Lily's murder, the Chippewa Falls Police Department worked tirelessly to gather evidence and follow up on any leads. They urged the public to come forward with any information that could aid in the investigation. The call for information was widely broadcasted, and tips began to pour in from concerned citizens. The investigation took an unexpected turn due to a critical tip from an anonymous Reddit user, which ultimately changed the course of the case. In a post on the subreddit r/Chippewa Falls, the user shared an unsettling detail in response to a story about Lily's death. "What's scary is I was playing Pokemon Go in the park that day, walking along that same trail. My stomach turns when I think that I saw that girl in a pink/purple hoodie on her bike with another kid on my way out. I have a suspicion that it could be another kid that did it." This post was made about 24 hours before an arrest was announced, and it caught the attention of the Reddit community. Angela Osmond, one of the first to see the post, realized its potential significance and took swift action. She told The Sun, "When I saw the post and saw that the original poster wasn't responding, I just thought it was something that should be called in. This person places themselves at the scene and could possibly have been the last person to see Lily alive, or he could possibly be the one that did something to her." The web sleuths on Reddit, intrigued and alarmed by the post, began asking the anonymous user for more details. They wanted to know who the person seen with Lily was. What was he wearing, his height, and his age? However, the original poster did not respond, prompting Osmond to act. She decided to call the police and provide them with the tip and screenshots of the post. "So I took it upon myself to call the police. What shocked me was, 19 minutes later, I got a call from a restricted number and I picked it up. It was the detective, and he just thanked me for calling the tip in and sending over the screenshots, and said he just wanted to let me know that they are working on it." This timely tip and the quick response from law enforcement played a crucial role in the investigation. The police, following up on the lead, narrowed their focus to 14-year-old Carson Petersberger, Lily's cousin. On April 26, 2022, just 2 days after Lily was reported missing, the Chippewa Falls Police Department announced the arrest of the teenage suspect. He was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and assault. The case of Lily Peters highlights the significant impact that online communities can have in modern criminal investigations. The Reddit post, combined with the proactive involvement of the site's users,
provided law enforcement with a vital lead that might have otherwise gone unnoticed.
Number 19.
Serenity Denard. The cold morning of February 3rd, 2019, dawned crisp and clear in the Black Hills of South Dakota at the Children's Home Society, where 9-year-old Serenity Denard lived due to mental health challenges. Serenity was known for her adventurous spirit and infectious smile, a young girl who brought light to those around her despite her tumultuous past. That morning, Serenity was playing in the gym with other children. Her caretakers, as usual, kept a watchful eye, but in the chaos of activity, Serenity saw an opportunity. She slipped out of the building unnoticed, blending into the sprawling, wooded surroundings. The staff realized Serenity was missing just minutes after she left and immediately launched a search. Panic set in as they scoured the grounds, calling her name, but to no avail. Despite the cold, Serenity had ventured outside without a coat, heightening the urgency of the search. Every minute that passed felt like it could be death. Temperatures plummeted into the night. The community came together to search, driven by a shared hope of finding the little girl before it was too late. The Black Hills posed significant challenges. The dense forest and rugged terrain created numerous hiding places and obstacles. Time lapsed, and hope faded with each passing hour, and then with each passing day. Serenity's guardians and loved ones pleaded for information, but none came. The story of Serenity Denard's disappearance spread, drawing national attention, with experts offering theories and volunteers arriving from different states to join the search. Yet despite the massive effort, Serenity remained missing. And then, in November of 2019, doorbell camera footage was released. A young girl arriving at a stranger's doorstep, pleading for help. Could it be Serenity? For a moment, hope sprung. The likeness made some think it might be the missing girl. But Serenity's own family disputed this notion. They viewed the footage and said, unfortunately, it isn't her. The girl in this footage was never identified or found either, leading to a whole new mystery that, too, remains unsolved. The Children's Home Society and the community continue to honor Serenity's memory, holding vigils and fundraisers to support search efforts. Her room at the home has been kept as it was, a reminder of the little girl who vanished into the woods. Any information about Serenity's case can be directed to the Pennington County Sheriff's Office at 605-394-6115.
Number 18. Natalie McN. Natalie McN, a 32-year-old woman from Lurgan, Northern Ireland, was known for her vibrant personality and strong connections with her community. She worked for TransLink, the public transport operator in Northern Ireland, and was actively involved in various community activities. Natalie was also expecting her first child, joyfully anticipating the new addition to her family. However, on December 18, 2022, Natalie was found brutally murdered in her own home. She had been stabbed multiple times, and there were clear signs of a violent struggle. The brutal nature of the crime shocked her family, friends, and the broader community. Initial investigations pointed towards a domestic incident, given the personal and intimate nature of the attack. Attention quickly turned to Stephen McCullough, a YouTuber and the primary suspect in the case. McCullough, who had a relationship with Natalie, initially appeared to have an airtight alibi. On the night of Natalie's murder, he was reportedly live streaming a gaming session on YouTube, which was viewed by a number of his followers. This live stream seemed to place him far from the crime scene at the crucial time, leading to initial confusion among investigators. However, as the investigation progressed, authorities discovered inconsistencies in McCullough's alibi. Detailed analysis revealed that the livestream was not as it seemed. McCullough had pre-recorded the gaming session and used software to simulate a live broadcast, effectively staging an alibi while he committed the murder. This revelation was critical in turning the investigation's focus back to him. The breakthrough in the investigation came when police examined the timestamps and viewer interactions during the live stream. They found the chat interactions were minimal and not in real time, supporting the theory that the video was pre-recorded. Further digital forensics and witness testimonies strengthened the case against McCullough. On January 11, 2023, Stephen McCullough was arrested and charged with the murder of Natalie McN. During his arrest, investigators found additional evidence, including hidden messages and notes related to the staged livestream, which McCullough had meticulously planned to mislead the authorities. Though he has initially pled not guilty, Stephen McCullough's trial is set to begin in September 2024. He faces charges of murder and attempting to pervert the course of justice. The prosecution will present evidence highlighting the premeditated nature of the crime and the deliberate efforts McCullough made to create a false alibi. Number 17. Molly Bish. On the morning of June 27, 2000, the small town of Warren, Massachusetts, awoke to a warm, sunny day. 16-year-old Molly Bish was preparing for her shift as a lifeguard at Commons Pond. Her mother, Maggie, drove her to work, just like any other day, unaware that this routine drive would be the last of its kind. As they pulled into the parking lot, Maggie noticed a man with a mustache sitting in a white sedan, watching them intently. She felt uneasy, but she brushed it aside. After all, Warren was a quiet town where everyone knew each other. She kissed her daughter goodbye and drove away. A few hours later, Maggie received a phone call that made her blood run cold. It was the police. They told her that no lifeguard had been on duty at Commons Pond, yet Molly's belongings were still at the lifeguard station, untouched. Maggie's heart sank as she raced back to the pond, where her worst fears began to take shape. The Worcester County Sheriff's Office launched what would become the largest and most expensive missing person search in the state's history. As investigators combed through the area, a local worker came forward, claiming to have seen the same man in the white sedan parked at a nearby cemetery. The cemetery was connected to the pond by a short path. The community rallied, plastering missing persons posters everywhere and holding vigils, hoping for a miracle. Yet despite their efforts, the trail ran cold. Then, 2 years into the investigation, a local hunter stumbled upon a blue bathing suit in the woods of nearby Whiskey Hill, about 20 minutes from Commons Pond. The following spring, he mentioned it to a friend who contacted the police. The authorities swarmed the area, as Molly had been wearing a blue bathing suit the day she disappeared. On June 9, 2003, the search came to a grim conclusion. Molly's remains were discovered about 5 miles from her family's home, scattered and decomposed, making it difficult to determine her exact cause of death. However, it was clear she had been murdered and hastily buried in the woods. The investigation shifted from a search for a missing girl to a hunt for a killer. Suspects came and went, including a man who had been charged with attempted kidnapping in Connecticut, and Rodney Stanger, a convicted murderer who had lived near Warren at the time of Molly's disappearance. Stanger, who drove a white car and frequently fished at Commons Pond, fit the description given by Maggie. Despite his suspicious background, the evidence was not strong enough to charge him. As the anniversary of Molly's disappearance approached, a private investigator made a startling discovery in June of 2014. Underneath a log in the woods near where Molly's remains were found, she uncovered a partially buried bag containing plaid boxer shorts, similar to those Molly had been wearing on the day she disappeared.
Surveillance footage from a convenience store captured Molly in those same shorts and a tank top just 13 minutes before she went missing. The video showed her last known movements. The case took another turn in 2021 when Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early announced a new person of interest, Francis P. Sumner Sr. Sumner had a long criminal history and lived in the area around the time Molly disappeared. Although Sumner had died 5 years earlier, police collected DNA from his son to look for a match. This renewed hope for the Bish family, who believed they might finally be closer to an answer. As the search for justice continues, the town of Warren remains haunted by the unsolved murder of Molly Bish. Her family holds out hope that the truth will eventually come to light. Any information regarding Bish's case can be directed to the Worcester DA at 508-453-7575.
Number 16.
Michaela Bali. On the morning of April 12, 2016, in Yorkton, Saskatchewan, 16-year-old Michaela Bali was going through her usual routine, unaware that this day would mark the beginning of a mystery that still haunts her family. Michaela was a shy and quiet girl, known for her love of the violin and her involvement in her high school's drama club. Her mother, Paula, had noticed Michaela's recent strides in confidence, making the day's events even more baffling to her loved ones. Michaela's day started at home, where her grandmother drove her to school, arriving between 8:10 and 8:20 a.m. CCTV footage captured her putting a binder in her locker at 8:21 before she exited the school through the back entrance at 8:30. This decision to leave school so early was the first sign of the unusual path Michaela was about to take. After leaving school, Michaela's movements were pieced together through hours of surveillance footage and witness accounts. At 8:40 a.m., she was seen at Terry's Pawn and Bargain, attempting to pawn a silver ring, but the young woman left without making a deal. Minutes later, she was at the local TD Bank, withdrawing $55 from her account. From there, she headed to a nearby Tim Hortons and Wendy's restaurant. The cameras inside the restaurant recorded her buying a drink and sitting alone at a table. She appeared to dismantle her phone and then reassemble it, puzzling behavior that hinted that something wasn't quite right. Over the next few minutes, she left and re-entered the restaurant multiple times, her movements increasingly uneasy. Around 9:10 a.m., Michaela left the restaurant and circled the block, returning at 9:49 a.m. She sat at another table, using her phone repeatedly. She sent a text message to a friend at 10:12 a.m., stating, "Hey, I need help," only to follow it up with, "Never mind, I figured it out." At 10:43 a.m., she struck up a brief conversation with an older woman, asking for help renting a hotel room, which the woman declined. Michaela then left the restaurant for the last time. This was the beginning of the most troubling segment of her day, as her next movements were only partially captured. Cameras later showed her walking west on Broadway Street East, then briefly down 7th Avenue, before returning to Broadway Street East. At approximately 11 a.m., she inquired about bus schedules at the local STC bus depot, but the next bus to Regina wasn't until 5 p.m. She left without buying a ticket. By 11:59 a.m., she had returned to her school and briefly met with friends in the cafeteria, claiming she had plans to travel to Regina. After leaving school at 12:03 p.m., Michaela was seen at the Trail Stop restaurant, part of the bus depot, where she had lunch. She was last spotted between 1 and 1:45 p.m. at a nearby bus stop. The security footage from this area provided the last known images of Michaela, who then vanished without a trace. Despite extensive searches, interviews, and media coverage, no definitive clues about Michaela's fate have emerged. Her disconcerting behavior on the day she disappeared only added to the mystery. Her phone was turned off the next morning, and her social media accounts went silent. She simply seems to have vanished. Any information about Michaela's case can be directed to 306-641-9436.
Number 15.
Scott Kleesholt. In June 2016, a chilling and mysterious post on Reddit's r/AskReddit subreddit sparked a flurry of online sleuthing that led unexpectedly to a decades-old missing persons case. The post, titled "To Those Who Have Accidentally Killed Someone, What Went Wrong?" prompted a series of replies, but one in particular stood out and soon captured the attention of amateur detectives on the internet. The anonymous Reddit user replied with a haunting account, stating, "This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in this dirt cliff/cove. This is the best approximation I can find on Google, only 3 times taller and probably 10 times as wide. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably mentally handicapped in some way, but to us he was just the weird/creepy kid. This was the 80s, and we weren't exactly raised PC. 3 of us were headed to our base and found Creepy Kid sitting at the top in our guard chair. We yelled at him to get out, and he said something like, 'Make me,' and started lobbing dirt clods and sticks down at us. We all ran around the side to make our way up. It gets pretty fuzzy here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound. When we got back down to check on him, he was in a very awkward position with blood coming out of his mouth. We all just freaked out and ran home, and as far as I know, no one has spoken a word of this to anyone. We didn't go back for over a month, and never said a word of it between us. Again, this was the 80s, so media wasn't like today. Chances are it got a small article in the newspaper B section. Missing mentally disabled child found dead after fall, or something like that. The eerie similarity between this account and the 1988 disappearance of Scott Kleesholt from St. Charles, Missouri, led to intense speculation and investigation by internet sleuths. Scott Kleesholt was a 9-year-old boy who vanished on June 8, 1988. On the day of his disappearance, severe weather, including thunderstorms and flooding, hit the St. Charles area. Scott was last seen walking near his home, and despite extensive searches and investigations, no trace of him was ever found. His disappearance left his family and the community in a state of anguish and confusion for years. The Reddit replies description of a young boy falling into a hole while exploring dirt coves resonated with the details of Scott's case. The reply mentioned that the incident happened when the user was around 12 years old, which matched the approximate age of someone who could have been around the same age as Scott at the time of his disappearance. This connection, though tenuous, was enough to ignite a wave of interest and further inquiry by the Reddit community. Reddit user TopGolfUFO took a deep dive into the case, compiling extensive write-ups to draw more attention and potentially gather more information. In their detailed posts, they examined the timelines, geographical details, and the psychological aspects of why someone might confess anonymously on the internet years later. TopGolfUFO wrote, "The timeline matches up. If this Reddit user was around 12 years old in 1988, it's conceivable that they could have been exploring the same area where Scott went missing. The fact that they mentioned caves is particularly striking, given that St. Charles has many underground caves and drainage systems that could be linked to the disappearance." These write-ups fueled further discussion and analysis. The community speculated on the psychological motivations behind the anonymous confession, debating whether it was a genuine admission or a hoax perpetrated by a troll. Some users argued that the guilt and trauma of such an incident could compel someone to confess anonymously years later, while others cautioned against drawing definitive conclusions without more concrete evidence. The online sleuths also examined local geography and historical weather reports, trying to pinpoint potential cave locations that might align with the description given in the Reddit post. They mapped out possible areas where Scott could have fallen and cross-referenced them with known search efforts from 1988. Despite the compelling narrative and the thorough investigation by Reddit users, there was no definitive evidence to conclusively link the anonymous Reddit post to Scott Kleeschuld's disappearance. The police were made aware of the Reddit discussions and the potential lead, but without more concrete information, the case remained unsolved. The interest generated by the Reddit thread did, however, bring renewed attention to Scott Kleeschuld's case. Media outlets picked up the story, highlighting the power of internet communities to re-examine cold cases and bring new perspectives and possible leads. If you have any information relating to Scott Kleeschuld's disappearance, you can contact St. Charles Community Regional Crime Stoppers at 636-949-3333.
Number 14.
Johnny Cashman. In the quiet town of Lynchburg, Virginia, a family from Maine found themselves drowning in a nightmare. Grappling with the sudden and mysterious death of their beloved son and brother, Johnny, the Cashmans were desperate for answers. When Johnny was found deceased, the authorities had swiftly concluded that his death was due to a medical condition, a diagnosis that left the Cashmans reeling. With heavy hearts, they had Johnny cremated, trusting the police's assessment of his passing. But Johnny's sister Sarah's world shattered when she stumbled upon a shocking revelation that challenged the official narrative. The discovery was hidden in pictures and surveillance footage that painted a vastly different picture of Johnny's final moments. He is seen on his neighbor's Ring doorbell footage entering his apartment. A while later, a voice, presumably Cashman's, is heard saying, "What are you doing, man?" He says, "Stop, please." A struggle can be heard. And then, a strange man is seen leaving Cashman's apartment. After getting to the bottom of the stairs, he turns around and returns to Johnny's doorstep, checking the door. He appears to be wiping his fingerprints off of the doorknob. As Sarah delved deeper into the events leading up to her brother's demise, she uncovered a trail of negligence and oversight by official investigations. The family was assured there was no sign of foul play, no indication of violence or malice in Johnny's untimely passing. But this evidence, along with blood spatter evident on the walls at the scene of Johnny's death, suggests otherwise. Determined to uncover the truth, Sarah has refused to accept the explanations offered by the authorities. She has reached out to anyone who will listen, leaving no stone unturned. Her pleas have fallen on deaf ears as the authorities remain tight-lipped, unwilling or unable to provide the closure the Cashmans so desperately seek. And so, the mystery of what happened to her brother remains. Any information regarding Johnny Cashman's case can be directed to Detective Doobie at 434-455-6102.
Number 13. Rickard Seagon. Rickard Seagon, a man whose YouTube videos chronicled his battle with a mysterious and debilitating condition, captured the attention and concern of viewers worldwide. His tragic story, marked by a steady decline in health and mental stability, is a poignant reminder of the profound impact of chronic illness and the desperate search for understanding and relief. Little is known about Rickard Seagon's early life before he began posting videos on YouTube. However, his journey into the public eye began when the Indonesian YouTuber started documenting his struggle with severe insomnia, a condition that prevented him from sleeping and drastically affected his quality of life. His channel, initially featuring content about tattoos, gradually shifted focus as his condition worsened. Rickard's YouTube channel became a diary of his suffering, claiming that his symptoms began after taking medication for an infection. He uploaded videos that showcased his attempts to sleep, often staring into the camera with dark circles under his eyes, visibly exhausted and in distress. As weeks turned to months, viewers could see a marked decline in his physical appearance and mental state. His once lively demeanor turned into one of despair and confusion. The content of his videos grew increasingly disturbing. Rickard would often speak about his inability to find rest, expressing frustration, fear, and a sense of hopelessness. He tried various remedies and sought medical help, but nothing seemed to alleviate his symptoms. The lack of sleep took a toll on his cognitive functions, and his videos began to reflect a descent into paranoia and delusion. In some of the later videos, Rickard's behavior became more erratic. He spoke about hearing voices and experiencing hallucinations, symptoms that were exacerbated the longer he went without sleep. His speech grew more disjointed, and he appeared increasingly disoriented. Viewers watched in horror as his sanity seemed to unravel before their eyes. The online community reacted with a mix of empathy, concern, and helplessness. Many viewers reached out with suggestions and words of encouragement, hoping to offer some comfort or solution. However, the severity of Rickard's condition and the apparent lack of effective treatment left many feeling powerless. Some users speculated about the possible causes of his insomnia, ranging from rare sleep disorders like fatal familial insomnia to severe psychological conditions. Despite the various theories, the exact nature of Rickard's illness remained a mystery. Tragically, Rickard Seagon's struggle came to an end in 2016 when he passed away, a death attributed to the severe and unrelenting effects of his condition. His final videos showed a man who had been worn down by his battle, leaving a lasting impact on those who had followed his journey. The online community mourned his loss, sharing tributes and expressing their sorrow for a life cut short by a mysterious and relentless illness. Rickard Seagon's story serves as a haunting example of the devastating effects of chronic illness, particularly when it is not well understood or adequately treated. His videos provide a raw and unfiltered look into the life of someone battling an invisible enemy, offering valuable insights into the human experience of suffering and resilience. His legacy continues through the digital footprint he left behind. Rickard's documentation of his own decline is a morbid reflection of his experiences and a reminder of the need for continued research into chronic illnesses and sleep disorders. Rather than suffering alone, he was able to connect with a community of viewers who hoped for a different ending for him. Number 12. Sydney West. The fog rolled in thick and heavy over San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge on the morning of September 30th, 2020. Usually alive with joggers and photographers, the nearby Crissy Field looked more like a scene from a horror movie. As dawn broke, a lone figure moved through the mist, her outline barely visible in the gray mass. This was Sydney West, a 19-year-old UC Berkeley student, captured on surveillance video at 6:45 a.m., walking towards the bridge that morning. She disappeared into the fog and never came back out again. The footage was eerie and incomplete, offering no answers. Private investigator Scott Dudek reviewed the video on repeat, searching for clues. But everything was foggy. Sydney's mother, Kimberly West, was equally baffled. No one who had been walking the bridge that day reported witnessing a suicide. Sydney had been through a rough patch leading up to her disappearance. A concussion in the summer of 2020 had complicated her life significantly. When classes at Berkeley moved online due to COVID-19, she found the remote learning setup challenging and decided to defer her studies until the fall of 2020 to allow herself more time to recover fully. The night before she vanished, Sydney had a long conversation with her father, Jay West.
They talked for hours and made plans for the next day. But the next morning, Sydney took a rideshare to Crissy Field, a place she often visited to exercise and take photographs, and from there, her fate is unknown. Sydney's family, who resided in North Carolina, reported their daughter missing on October 1st, 2020. The San Francisco Police Department quickly issued a press release seeking the public's assistance, noting that Sydney was considered at risk due to depression. Despite extensive searches and numerous public appeals, the only concrete clue remained the surveillance video and Sydney's backpack, found near the Golden Gate Bridge. The backpack offered no significant new leads. Without any evidence of foul play, the missing persons case was at a standstill. The West family's search for answers has been relentless. A website dedicated to finding Sydney chronicled her life and the circumstances of her disappearance, while a $25,000 reward has been offered for any information leading to her whereabouts. Her friends and family described Sydney as a bright and loving young woman, and they have refused to give up hope. They continue to comb through the details of her last known activities, desperately seeking anything that might explain what had happened. The fog on the Golden Gate Bridge swallowed Sydney, leaving behind no trace. The reward, the public appeals, and the tireless work of investigators have so far yielded no answers. Sydney West remains missing. Any information regarding Sydney's case can be directed to private investigator Scott Dudek at 925-705-8328.
Number 11.
Sandra Burchmore. Sandra Burchmore, a young teacher's aide, barely 23 and newly pregnant, was found lifeless in her apartment in February of 2021. The medical examiner's verdict. But as investigators dug deeper, questions began to emerge. The last person to see Sandra alive was a police officer, a figure of trust and authority in the community. In doorbell camera footage from the main entrance, Sandra is seen entering her apartment building. She takes the elevator and returns downstairs with a snow brush, presumably to clean her car off. She returns and heads back upstairs via the elevator while looking at her phone. A few hours later, a man arrives with a mask on, his hood up. This visitor was later identified as Matthew Farwell, a police officer known to Sandra. In the footage, he keeps his face low. About 30 minutes later, he is seen leaving again through the main entrance. But his encounter with Sandra wasn't just a routine visit. He, along with his twin brother and another officer, had known Sandra since she was just a teenager. Their paths intertwined through the Explorer program, a support program where Sandra sought direction amidst a tumultuous adolescence. What started as mentorship veered into something sinister. The officers, guardians of the law, breached the boundaries of trust, engaging in illicit relationships with Sandra when she was just a vulnerable teenager. The revelation of this behavior sent shockwaves through the town, igniting protests and demands for justice. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern of abuse emerged, embedded within the very institutions meant to protect the community's most vulnerable. The Explorer program, once a model organization, stood tainted by reports of the abuse perpetrated by its mentors. Allegations surfaced spanning decades, affecting franchises of the organization representing the breadth of the nation. It wasn't an isolated incident, but a systemic failure. The voices of the victims echoed through the corridors of power, demanding accountability and restitution. But the officers in question have denied any wrongdoing in Sandra's case. Federal authorities are now looking into her death.
Number 10. Stephen McDaniel interview. Lauren Giddings was born on April 18, 1984, in Laurel, Maryland. She was a bright, ambitious, and compassionate individual known for her dedication to her studies and her genuine care for those around her. Lauren attended Agnes Scott College for her undergraduate studies, where she developed a passion for law. Following her graduation, she moved to Macon, Georgia, to attend Mercer University School of Law. At Mercer, Lauren excelled academically and formed close bonds with her classmates. She was actively involved in various school activities and was well respected by her peers and professors. Lauren's dream was to become a successful attorney, and she was on the cusp of realizing that dream when she was last seen on June 25, 2011. She had recently graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. Her friends and family became concerned when they couldn't reach her over the following days. Lauren's friends went to her apartment on June 30th to check on her, noticing her car parked outside and her door locked. They called the police, who conducted a welfare check. Upon entering Lauren's apartment, the police found it eerily tidy, with no immediate signs of a struggle. However, a foul odor led them to a nearby trash bin, where they discovered Lauren's dismembered torso. This gruesome discovery confirmed her loved one's worst fears and launched a full-scale investigation into her murder. Stephen McDaniel, a neighbor and former classmate of Lauren's, quickly became a person of interest due to his proximity to Lauren and his unusual behavior. McDaniel was an introverted and eccentric individual, often described as socially awkward and reclusive. Despite this, he managed to perform well academically. He lived in the same apartment complex as Lauren, and their paths crossed frequently due to their shared classes and proximity. Unbeknownst to many, McDaniel had developed a disturbing obsession with Lauren. He harbored dark fantasies about her and secretly stalked her for months. McDaniel's obsession escalated as he began to spy on Lauren through her windows and even broke into her apartment on multiple occasions. His fixation on Lauren was a well-guarded secret, masked by a quiet and unassuming demeanor. During the initial investigation, McDaniel gave a televised interview where he pretended to be a concerned friend. In the interview, he expressed shock and sadness over Lauren's disappearance. However, his apparent nervousness and evasive answers raised suspicions. The pivotal moment in the interview came when the reporter informed McDaniel that a body had been found. McDaniel's reaction was one of visible shock and fear as he struggled to maintain his composure. This reaction further fueled the investigators' suspicions and the public's intrigue. Police searched McDaniel's apartment and found significant evidence linking him to the crime. Among the items discovered were packaging for a hacksaw, latex gloves, and explicit photographs of children. Additionally, McDaniel's internet search history included queries on how to commit murder and dispose of a body. Faced with overwhelming evidence, McDaniel initially denied any involvement. However, he later confessed to the murder of Lauren Giddings. He detailed how he had broken into her apartment on the night of June 25, 2011, and attacked her while she was sleeping. After strangling Lauren to death, McDaniel dismembered her body in an attempt to conceal his crime. His confession revealed the depth of his obsession and the premeditated nature of the murder. Stephen McDaniel was charged with the murder of Lauren Giddings. In 2014, he pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The court proceedings brought some measure of closure to Lauren's family and friends, though the pain of her loss remains. The judge condemned McDaniel's actions as a heinous and calculated crime, emphasizing the breach of trust inherent in his role as a neighbor and classmate. Since his conviction, Stephen McDaniel has been serving his life sentence in a Georgia state prison. In 2015, he appealed his sentence, arguing that his confession was coerced and that he had not been properly advised of his rights. The appeal was dismissed, with the court finding that McDaniel's confession had been given voluntarily and that his rights had been upheld throughout the investigation and trial. McDaniel will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. He remains a figure of public fascination and revulsion, with his news interview and the video of his police interrogation both going down in internet infamy.
Number 9. U/throwaway 99D58AW. In July 2019, a Reddit user named throwaway 99D58AW turned to the r/relationship advice subreddit with a deeply troubling situation that had begun to unfold in his family. His wife, who had always been loving and devoted, suddenly began to exhibit inexplicable hostility and resentment towards him and their children. This dramatic change in behavior left him bewildered and desperate for answers. He shared his concerns in a detailed post. "My wife started to hate me and our kids out of a sudden. She started behaving very strangely, became extremely irritable, and even said she regrets marrying me and having kids. This change came out of nowhere, and I have no idea what's going on. She was a loving wife and mother just a few weeks ago." The Reddit community responded quickly, with numerous users offering their support and suggestions. Many advised him to seek immediate professional help, recommending counseling or therapy to address what appeared to be a severe mental health crisis. However, one user's comment stood out for its specificity and depth of knowledge. This user suggested that the symptoms described by throwaway 99D58AW could be indicative of a medical condition known as autoimmune encephalitis. Autoimmune encephalitis is a rare but serious condition where the body's immune system mistakenly attacks the brain, leading to inflammation. This inflammation can cause a variety of psychiatric and neurological symptoms, including sudden behavioral changes, mood swings, cognitive impairment, and even psychosis. The user who made this suggestion wrote, "This sounds like it could be autoimmune encephalitis. It's a condition where the immune system starts attacking the brain, leading to sudden and severe changes in behavior and personality. Please get her to a doctor ASAP and mention this." This comment resonated with throwaway 99D58AW, who realized that the suggested condition matched his wife's symptoms closely. Taking the advice seriously, he decided to take immediate action. In his follow-up post, he updated the Reddit community on the steps he had taken based on the advice he had received. After reading some of the comments, particularly the one about autoimmune encephalitis, I took my wife to see a neurologist. We explained her sudden behavioral changes, and they decided to run some tests. The neurologist, upon hearing the detailed account of his wife's symptoms, agreed that autoimmune encephalitis was a plausible diagnosis. They conducted a series of tests, including MRI scans to check for brain inflammation, and blood tests to detect specific antibodies typically associated with the condition. The results confirmed the presence of brain inflammation and the antibodies, leading to a definitive diagnosis of autoimmune encephalitis. The diagnosis was a turning point. With the cause confirmed, the doctors began an aggressive treatment regimen. This typically involves immunotherapy, which includes the use of corticosteroids to reduce inflammation, intravenous immunoglobulin, IVIG, to modulate the immune response, and sometimes plasmapheresis to remove harmful antibodies from the blood. The goal of the treatment is to suppress the immune system's attack on the brain and ultimately reduce the inflammation that causes the symptoms. As the treatment progressed, throwaway 99D58AW's wife began to show signs of improvement. Her irritability and hostility started to diminish, and she began to regain her former loving demeanor. The change was a relief for the entire family, who had been living in a state of confusion and fear. Throwaway 99D58AW shared another update with the Reddit community, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you to everyone who commented and offered advice, especially to the person who mentioned autoimmune encephalitis. You were right, and because of you, we got the diagnosis and treatment we needed. My wife is starting to get better, and things are slowly returning to normal. I can't thank you enough for helping save her life and our family.
Number 8. Max Greenfield. In March of 2018, Max Greenfield made his way from Brookings, Oregon, across the state line into Smith River, California. It was a routine journey for the 25-year-old, often ending at the Lucky 7 Casino, one of the major entertainment draws in the otherwise quiet town. This night started like any other weekend night. Max met his sister, Tanya, with whom he was close, for a drink at the casino. Little did anyone know, this would be the last time they spent together. Tanya dropped Max off at their mother Andrea's house, as she often did. Andrea, familiar with her son's routine, laid out his medication on the counter before retiring herself. The next morning, when Tanya reached out to confirm plans with her brother, she was answered with silence. By early afternoon, Andrea's worry escalated upon finding Max's medication undisturbed on the kitchen counter. This was uncharacteristic of Max, who maintained a strict regimen due to his mental health condition. Not long after, Andrea reported Max missing to the Curry County Sheriff's Office. Details began to emerge. Max had messaged friends late Saturday night, seeking a ride back to the Lucky 7 Casino. Surveillance footage confirmed his presence at the casino later that night, showing him arriving in the early hours of Sunday, March 18th. But what followed would plunge the investigation into obscurity. Footage captured Max conversing with a white male outside the casino, a seemingly fleeting encounter that would become pivotal to the investigation. They walked south across the parking lot, away from the cameras, and vanished. Max left no other digital footprint, as his phone was reliant on Wi-Fi for communication, and never reconnected after leaving the casino's network. Detective Jaron Gill of the Del Norte County Sheriff's Office assumed control of the case, doing his best to unravel the details of Max's final hours. Interviews with acquaintances revealed some of what happened that evening, yet there were no solid answers. Despite exhaustive searches with cadaver dogs scouring the region, no sign of Max or his belongings emerged. Most notably, his distinctive black duffel bag filled with cherished art supplies, which he took with him wherever he went. The investigation took a grim turn as Detective Gill voiced suspicions of foul play. The absence of Max's personal effects, coupled with witness statements hinting at withheld information, painted a troubling picture. Tanya appealed for public assistance, offering a reward for any lead that might bring her brother home. Where had he gone that fateful night? In the small, quiet towns of Brookings and Smith River, nothing was more unheard of. A missing persons case turned homicide investigation. And this case is still open, 6 years on. Any information regarding Max's case can be directed to Detective Jaron Gill at 707-465-2468. Number 7.
Kahara FR. On the evening of February 23, 2023, in Beaumont, California, 22-year-old Kahara FR, who was 8 months pregnant, sat in a van with her mother and stepfather near the drive-thru of the local Jack in the Box. The three had spent the day together, running errands and preparing for the arrival of Kahara's baby boy, expected in just over a month. It had been a day filled with joy, but that joy turned out to be short-lived. As they approached the fast food restaurant, Kahara asked to get out of the car. Her request was unusual, but her mother, Cara, thought little of it at the time, assuming her daughter needed a break or wanted to stretch her legs. The footage from the Jack-in-the-Box later showed Kahara standing alone, her black jacket and gray sweats blending into the night. Cara and her husband watched her through the car window as they ordered their meal. But when they turned back around, she was gone. Cara's husband jumped out of the car, frantically searching the area around the restaurant. He checked behind bushes, looked down side streets, calling out her name, but there was no response. Their panic rose, and the couple quickly called 911 to report their daughter missing. The Beaumont Police Department initially declared her a voluntary missing person due to her age. For weeks, the family was left in the dark. Kahara's loved ones searched for leads, but there was no sign of the pregnant woman. As investigators pieced together the events of that night, doorbell camera footage from nearby businesses provided a crucial clue. The grainy images showed Kahara walking away from the Jack-in-the-Box, heading south behind a row of businesses. The footage revealed her walking alone, with no sign of distress, which was strange as she was excited about her pregnancy and had no discernible reason to walk away from her life. Cara clung to hope, believing that someone had taken her daughter in and was caring for her and her unborn child. "I believe that she's going to get back home," she told Dateline. "God will make a way for her." Despite the lack of evidence suggesting abduction, Cara's faith remained unshaken. As the investigation continued, detectives delved into Kahara's past, looking for any clues that might explain her sudden disappearance. They interviewed family, friends, and acquaintances, but no theories arose. Security footage later released by the Beaumont Police Department showed Kahara walking behind a charter school next to the Jack-in-the-Box, moments before she disappeared from view. This footage was the last visual confirmation of her whereabouts. Cara and her family refused to give up hope. They raised funds to hire a private investigator and created social media pages dedicated to finding Kahara. The public's interest was piqued, and tips began to pour in, but none led to a definitive breakthrough. Despite the extensive search efforts and the family's unwavering determination, Kahara's fate remains a mystery. The Beaumont Police Department has assured the family that they are pursuing every lead. Yet, without clear evidence of foul play or a solid lead on her whereabouts, the case is at a standstill. As another anniversary of her disappearance approaches, the community continues to rally behind the Frise family, their collective hope mirroring Cara's own, a family yearning for answers, and a mother still waiting for her daughter's return. Any information regarding Kahara Frise's disappearance can be directed to the Beaumont Police Department at 951-769-8500. Number 6. The suspicious death of Tamla Horford. The mysterious death of Tamla Horford, a 40-year-old mother of 5, has been the subject of widespread speculation and controversy in the years since it occurred. Tamla's death took place under perplexing circumstances at a party in Forsyth County, Georgia, in November 2018. Despite an official ruling of accidental death, many questions and theories remain about the true nature of what happened that night. Tamla Horford was known for her vibrant personality and dedication to her family. Originally from the Caribbean, Tamla lived in Cumming, Georgia, with her husband and children. She was described as outgoing and full of life, often participating in community and school activities. On the night of November 3rd, 2018, Tamla attended an overnight football moms party at the home of Jean Myers, a friend and fellow football mom.
The gathering was meant to be a casual event where moms could unwind and watch football. Tamla was the only black woman at the party, which was attended by about a dozen people, mostly women, along with a few men who were the partners of the attendees and who spent most of their time in another room. Throughout the evening, Tamla was reportedly in good spirits, enjoying drinks and socializing with the other guests. She sent her husband a text message around 10:30 p.m., indicating that she was having a good time and planning to stay the night. As the evening progressed, some of the attendees began to go to bed, leaving Tamla and a few others awake. According to witness statements, Tamla was last seen around 1:30 a.m. on November 4th, 2018, smoking a cigarette on the balcony. The next morning, around 7:30 a.m., Tamla's lifeless body was discovered face down in the backyard, directly beneath the balcony. The Forsyth County Sheriff's Office initiated an investigation into Tamla's death. An autopsy conducted by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, concluded that she had died from multiple blunt force injuries. The autopsy report indicated that her injuries were consistent with a fall from the balcony, ruling the death as accidental. The report also noted a high blood alcohol level and traces of THC and Xanax in her system. Despite the official ruling, many aspects of the investigation raised concerns and suspicions. The initial handling of the crime scene was criticized for potential oversight of evidence and lack of thoroughness. Moreover, several inconsistencies emerged in the witness statements, and some of the attendees reportedly lawyered up soon after the incident. The official conclusion by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation states that Tamla Horford died as a result of an accidental fall from the second-story balcony of the home where the party was being held. The autopsy report indicated that she sustained multiple blunt force injuries consistent with a fall and had a high blood alcohol level, along with traces of THC and Xanax in her system. Proponents of this theory argue that Tamla's intoxicated state likely contributed to her losing balance and falling from the balcony. The injuries documented in the autopsy report align with those expected from such a fall, and there were no signs of a struggle or defensive wounds that would typically indicate foul play. However, critics point out that the handling of the crime scene and the investigation was flawed, potentially leading to missed evidence. Additionally, the lack of comprehensive interviews with all party attendees and the swift closure of the case raised suspicions. Furthermore, some argue that certain injuries, particularly those to her wrists and shins, could suggest more than just a fall. Another theory posits that Tamla Horford's death was not an accident, but rather the result of foul play, possibly involving one or more attendees at the party. The inconsistencies in witness statements, the behavior of some partygoers immediately after the incident, and the rapid legal counsel some sought all contribute to suspicions of a cover-up. Supporters of this theory highlight several points. Discrepancies in the testimonies provided by those present at the party raise questions about the accuracy and truthfulness of their accounts. The fact that some attendees immediately sought legal counsel and seemed reluctant to cooperate fully with the investigation is seen as suspicious, and some of Tamla's injuries, such as the cuts on her shins and wrists, are argued to be inconsistent with a simple fall and might indicate an altercation or struggle. Additionally, the crime scene was not preserved adequately, and key pieces of evidence, such as the outdoor cameras not working, fuel theories of tampering or negligence. Given that Tamla Horford was the only black person at the party, some believe that racial bias may have influenced both the events leading to her death and the subsequent investigation. Proponents of this discuss the possibility that either racially motivated foul play occurred, or that Tamla's death was mishandled due to systematic bias within law enforcement. The history of racial tension and mistrust between the Black community and law enforcement agencies, both in the area and across the country, contributes to the plausibility of this theory. The outcry from the public, especially from communities of color, and their calls for a more thorough investigation, reflect broader concerns about racial justice. The perceived lack of urgency and thoroughness in investigating Tamla's death compared to other cases may indicate bias, whether conscious or unconscious. Another theory suggests that Tamla's death could have been the result of an unintentional act of violence or negligence. This could include an accidental push, an argument that escalated, or a failure to seek help after an injury occurred, leading to her death. Witness behavior, such as the inconsistencies in their accounts, could indicate panic or attempts to hide the truth about an unintentional accident. Certain injuries might support a scenario where Tamla was injured in a way that was not immediately fatal, but became so due to a lack of timely medical intervention. In 2020, following public outcry and pressure from Tamla's family and supporters, the case was reopened for further investigation. The Forsyth County Sheriff's Office requested that the GBI take another look at the case to address the concerns raised by the family and the community. Despite the renewed investigation, as of now, no new evidence has come to light that definitively contradicts the original findings. The case remains officially closed, with the cause of death still listed as accidental. Number 5. Alana Turner. The Turner family from Maine had been living in a state of disbelief and despair for 407 long days. Every day, they pleaded on Facebook for any information that might lead them to their missing daughter, Alana, who had gone missing in Tomball, Texas. One day, however, their search took a turn. Tim Miller, the resolute founder of Texas EcuSearch, let the anxious family know that human remains had been found by his volunteer search teams. Since the day in March of 2023 that 27-year-old Alana disappeared, Texas EcuSearch had been unwavering in their efforts. Miller and his dedicated team had conducted at least 20 exhaustive searches. The area where the remains were ultimately found was dense with weeds and thick woods. Alana's last known whereabouts were in Tomball. She had been experiencing a severe mental health crisis. She was seen on multiple Ring doorbell cameras, appearing disoriented and confused. On one, she appeared to believe she'd arrived at her friend's home. She fell asleep in someone's driveway, exhausted and distressed. When deputies attempted to wake her, she panicked, fleeing in her car and driving off erratically until she crashed into a wooden area. Despite the immediate efforts of the police, she exited her vehicle and vanished into the dense forest, leaving behind nothing but a cold trail. For nearly a year, search teams braved the underbrush and the elements, but each day they returned empty-handed. Yet Texas EcuSearch never gave up. Their perseverance was a testament to their commitment to their work, encouraged by the Turner family's unyielding hope. During what was scheduled to be their final search, the team made a grim discovery. The remains, found about 900 feet from where Alana's car had last been seen, brought a mix of sorrow and relief to her loved ones. The proximity was a cruel reminder of how close she had been all along, hidden by the unforgiving landscape. The discovery of the remains plunged the family into a new kind of agony. While they had clung to the hope that she might be found alive, the reality of her death was now undeniable. Their focus shifted to finding answers. For the Turners, the past 407 days had been a grueling journey marked by heartache and uncertainty. It ended with a confirmation that their worst fears were realized. Although no foul play was suspected,
the mystery of what truly unfolded in the final hours of Alana's life remains.
Number 4. The Kety Cabin Murders Crime Spree. Kety is a small resort town in Northern California's Sierra Nevada mountains. In the 1980s, it was a modest and quiet place, primarily known for its serene surroundings and as a getaway spot for vacationers. On the night of April 11th, 1981, and into the early hours of April 12th, one of the most gruesome and inexplicable murders in the state's history took place in Cabin 28. The victims were Glenna Sue Sharp, 36, her son, John Sharp, 15, John's friend, Dana Wingate, 17, and Sue's daughter, Tina Sharp, 12. The brutality of the crime scene was staggering. Sue, John, and Dana were found bound, bludgeoned, and stabbed in the living room, while Tina was initially missing from the scene, her remains only being discovered years later. Sue Sharp's daughter Sheila, 14, discovered the bodies when she returned home from a sleepover next door. The cabin showed signs of a violent struggle. Blood was found on the walls, floors, and bedding. The tools of murder included a hammer and 2 knives, one of which was found bent in half from the force of the attack. Strangely, in an adjacent room, Sue's younger sons Rick, 10, and Greg, 5, along with their friend Justin Smart, 12, were found unharmed and seemingly unaware of the carnage that had occurred just steps away. The initial investigation by the Plumas County Sheriff's Office was marred by investigators' lack of experience in handling such a gruesome crime scene. Evidence collection was subpar, and the crime scene was not adequately secured, leading to possible contamination. Initially, investigators focused on 2 main suspects: Martin Smart, Justin's stepfather, and his friend John Bo Bubetti. Both men had suspicious alibis and behaviors following the murders. Martin Smart had allegedly confessed to the murders in a letter to his estranged wife, which was not followed up on by law enforcement at the time. Additionally, Bo Bubetti was a known felon with ties to organized crime. Despite these leads, no arrests were made, and the case grew cold. 3 years after the murders, in 1984, the skull of Tina Sharp was discovered in Feather Falls, California, more than 50 miles from Kety. This development added a new layer of mystery to the case, suggesting possible abduction and further complicating the investigation. Over the years, several theories have emerged regarding the Kety Cabin murders. One prevailing theory suggests that the murders were driven by a personal vendetta. This theory stems from the sheer brutality and overkill present in the attacks, indicating intense personal anger towards the victims, especially Sue Sharp. Sue had moved to Kety following a difficult separation from her husband, bringing her 5 children along. It's possible that Sue's relationships or interactions may have provoked hostility in the small community. One speculation is that she may have been involved with a married man, causing a jealous spouse to seek revenge. Additionally, Sue's status as a single mother struggling to make ends meet could have led to friction or resentment from others in the community. The intense violence, with Sue being the primary target, supports the idea of a deeply personal motive, although specific details and evidence supporting this or any theory remain elusive. Another theory posits that the murders were connected to drug activity. During the 1980s, rural areas in California were not immune to the spread of drug trafficking and related violence. According to this theory, the murders could have been the result of a drug deal gone wrong, or a targeted message to others involved in illegal activities. This line of thought gains some credibility given the era's increasing drug-related violence and the nature of the crime. The possible involvement of Martin Smart and John Beau Bubetti, both of whom had questionable backgrounds and potential ties to criminal activity, further fuels this theory. Bubetti's known connections to organized crime suggest the possibility that he and Smart might have been involved in, or had knowledge of, local drug operations, and the murders could have been an effort to eliminate witnesses or settle scores. Despite its plausibility, concrete evidence linking the murders directly to drug-related motives has not been established. A more sinister theory involves a potential cover-up, possibly implicating local law enforcement. This theory arises from the numerous perceived mishandlings in the case, such as the failure to secure the crime scene adequately, the loss of crucial evidence, and the lack of follow-up on significant leads, including Martin Smart's alleged confession. Proponents of this theory argue that either incompetence or deliberate obstruction played a role in preventing the case from being solved. Some suggest that Smart's connections or Bubetti's criminal background may have influenced local officials, leading to a deliberate effort to obstruct justice. The cover-up theory is compelling in its ability to explain the many investigative failings and the inexplicable lack of progress over the decades. However, like other theories, it suffers from a lack of direct evidence proving intentional obstruction or collusion by law enforcement. Another theory is that the murders were random acts of extreme violence by strangers. This theory posits that the victims were simply at the wrong place at the wrong time, and fell victim to transient criminals passing through the area. The remote location of Kety and the fact that it was a known resort area make this scenario plausible. Travelers or drifters with violent tendencies could have come across Cabin 28 and decided to carry out the attack impulsively. This theory, however, does not easily explain the specific targeting and overkill nature of the murders, which suggest a level of emotion beyond what would be expected from a random encounter. Moreover, the presence of specific tools, such as hammers and knives, used as weapons, indicates a premeditated element rather than a spontaneous act of violence. In recent years, the case has seen renewed interest in investigative efforts. The re-examination of old evidence using modern forensic techniques has kept the hope of solving the case alive. There has also been new evidence. In 2016, a hammer believed to be one of the murder weapons was discovered in a nearby pond. DNA evidence has also been re-examined, leading to the identification of some potential suspects, although no charges have been made. The Plumas County Sheriff's Office has remained committed to solving the case, often collaborating with private investigators and true crime enthusiasts to keep the momentum going. Despite the advancements in forensic science and the renewed focus on the case, the Kety Cabin murders remain officially unsolved. Number 3. Jeremiah Foco. The morning sun touched the Seattle skyline in July 2015 as Jeremiah Foco, a 34-year-old software engineer, set off on his daily commute. It was a routine he knew well, walking to the bus station in the International District, catching the bus to Bellevue. Unbeknownst to him, on this particular Wednesday morning, the city would soon be gripped by the mystery of his sudden disappearance. Jeremiah's last known whereabouts were captured in a brief piece of surveillance video. The footage shows him descending the stairs at the International District Station off 5th and Jackson at precisely 7:02 a.m.
his figure unmistakable to those who knew him best. For a fleeting moment, the video provided hope to his loved ones, a sign that he had been safe and maintaining his usual routine, at least up until that moment. But any comfort was short-lived. After Jeremiah entered the tunnel at the station, the surveillance footage glitched, and he vanished from view. It was as if the tunnel had swallowed him whole. The days that followed were a blur of frantic activity. Jeremiah's parents had flown in from Michigan. Edward Foco, his father, believed foul play was involved. His mother, Renee Charchin, clung to the hope that someone had seen something that could lead them to their son. Jeremiah's friends took on the roles of amateur detectives, piecing together fragments of information in a desperate bid to find him. They discovered that his cell phone had pinged in downtown Seattle, but without a subpoena, they couldn't narrow down the exact location. His bank accounts remained untouched, and there were no signs of activity on his credit cards. Seattle police were methodical in their search, checking with area hospitals, fire departments, and even the King County Medical Examiner's office. Yet despite their efforts, there was no trace of Jeremiah and no obvious signs of foul play. The investigation was at a standstill. Jeremiah's loved ones found themselves retracing his steps, talking to anyone who might have seen him that morning. Flyers with his photo and description plastered the walls of the bus station where he was last seen, pleading for information. His friends and family clung to the hope that the surveillance glitch was just a cruel twist of fate, and that someone had seen where Jeremiah went after he entered the tunnel. Jeremiah was hard not to like, a sociable young man who loved to laugh and joke. His absence left a gaping hole in the lives of those who cared about him, and they refused to give up. In fact, the whole of Seattle was a city now deeply invested in the fate of the missing engineer. Each new lead, no matter how small, was pursued. Jeremiah's parents, friends, and the police all continue to share the same goal: to find Jeremiah and bring him home. Any information regarding Jeremiah's case can be directed to Seattle Police at 206-625-5011.
Number 2.
Tiffany Valiente. It was a Saturday evening, July 12, 2015, in the small town of Mays Landing, New Jersey. The Valiente household buzzed with the joy of a double graduation celebration. One of the graduates was 18-year-old Tiffany Valiente, a high school volleyball star with a full scholarship to Mercy College. Standing tall at 6'3", Tiffany was a force on the volleyball court and was admired for her talent, work ethic, and friendly nature. Her dreams were ambitious. She aimed for the US Olympics and, beyond that, was considering a career in the Air Force or in law enforcement. As the evening wore on, the festive atmosphere was marred by an argument between Tiffany and her parents. At around 9:30 p.m., the family's security camera captured Tiffany walking down the driveway into the darkness. This was odd, as Tiffany had always been afraid of the dark. Moments later, her cell phone was found abandoned in the grass. Tiffany never went anywhere without her phone. Tiffany's parents began to worry about their daughter's whereabouts. At 2:30 a.m., the Valiente family's worst fears were realized. Police arrived with the devastating news that Tiffany's partially clothed, barefoot body had been discovered 4 miles away on a desolate stretch of railroad track near mile marker 45. Her body was mangled, the result of a collision with a train. At the scene, they also found an axe with red markings. Despite this finding, the authorities quickly ruled her death a suicide, citing her struggles with her sexual identity as a possible motive. The Valiente family was in shock. The official narrative, that Tiffany had walked barefoot through 4 miles of unlit, remote woods to throw herself in front of an unscheduled train, seemed not only improbable, but absurd. Her fear of the dark made the notion unthinkable. Determined to uncover the truth, the Valientes enlisted the help of experts who examined the case pro bono. They found significant gaps in the investigation. No family members had been interviewed. No psychological autopsy had been conducted to support this theory, and no rape kit had been performed. Critical evidence from the scene had been mishandled, with some items left behind and others stored so carelessly that they became unusable for DNA testing. Adding to the mystery was the footage from the Valientes' doorbell camera. The grainy video showed Tiffany's last known moments, walking away from her home into the pitch-black night. Things simply didn't add up. Tiffany had had numerous plans for her future. She was scheduled to go to Great Adventure Park the next day, and she was planning to pick up a kitten for her mom's birthday at the end of the month. Her college going-away party was already in the works, and she was excited about starting her college journey. The family argued that these were not the actions of someone planning to take their own life. The Valientes were determined to change the manner of death from suicide to unexplained. They believed that if the case were reclassified, it could reopen the investigation and bring them closer to the truth. They were convinced that Tiffany had not walked into the woods by herself that night. Someone had to have been involved, and they were determined to find out who. A $40,000 reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of Tiffany's death. The family's plea was clear. They wanted answers. A star athlete, full of life and potential, lost under the most inexplicable of circumstances. What really happened at mile marker 45? Any information about Tiffany Valiente can be directed to the New Jersey Office of Attorney General, Criminal Division, 800-277-2427.
Number 1.
Praven Verghese. In February 2014, Praven Verghese, a 19-year-old student at Southern Illinois University Carbondale, vanished into the cold, dark woods surrounding Carbondale, Illinois. His body was found days later, sparking a mystery that has gripped the media and the public for more than a decade. Recently, NBC's Dateline series reignited interest in the case, shedding new light on the unanswered questions and the Verghese family's fight for justice. On the night of February 12th, Praven attended a party. He left with a newfound acquaintance, Gage Bethune, and another individual. The trio drove around Carbondale, reportedly searching for cocaine. According to the two people Praven was with, an argument broke out in the car, leaving him to flee into a wooded area along East Main Street. The temperature had dropped into the low teens, and Praven was not wearing a coat. When Praven did not return home, his family reported him missing. 5 days later, on February 18th, his body was found in the woods bordering Illinois Route 13. The initial autopsy concluded that Praven had died of hypothermia. However, his family was not convinced. After the funeral home suggested a second autopsy, they ordered one. Dr. Ben Margulies, who conducted the autopsy, found evidence of blunt force trauma, including 2 bruises on Praven's head and a cut on his nose. Charles Stagmeyer, the Verghese family attorney, claimed that the second autopsy was never presented to the grand jury. The findings from this second autopsy raised serious questions about investigators' initial conclusion of hypothermia. In the wake of Praven's death, his family was vocal about their lack of belief in the police's conclusions. Praven's sister, Priya Verghese, insisted that Praven was too smart and resourceful to have ventured into the woods alone without calling for help. The family filed a lawsuit alleging that someone had beaten Praven and abandoned him in a wooded area. They claimed that this person was Gage Bethune, the individual who had given Praven a ride from the party. In 2017, Gage Bethune was charged with Praven's murder. Prosecutors argued that Bethune, then 22, had beaten and robbed Praven, causing head injuries that left him disoriented and led to his death from hypothermia. However, the murder conviction was thrown out by a Jackson County judge in September 2018. The judge ruled that no evidence presented at trial proved the claim that Bethune's actions directly led to Praven's death. The legal battle continued, with no clear resolution in sight. The case resurfaced in the media, particularly through the efforts of Dateline and social media platforms, which brought renewed attention to the unanswered questions surrounding Praven's death. Dashcam video from the night of Praven's disappearance showed Bethune coming out of the woods and telling a state trooper he had picked up a black male hitchhiker. The trooper later reported that Bethune's story seemed questionable and that he felt Bethune was lying. Further complicating the case, a video showed Carbondale police interviewing Bethune in the days following Praven's disappearance. Bethune admitted to getting into a fight with Praven and hitting him in the face with a closed fist. However, he also claimed he feared for his life. Praven's family continues to seek justice, convinced that the investigation was mishandled and that foul play was involved in their son's death. Praven's mother, Lovely Verghese, has been outspoken about her belief that racial biases and a lack of thorough investigation contributed to the failure to uncover the truth. As the media and public continue to follow this case, the question remains: what really happened to Praven Verghese?